TCH for another 2-5 Texas Card House 2-5 Milliman Holton game. I'll get better at these intros one day. I'm William Lahti, aka the New York Net. You found us on TCH Live. 2-5 Milliman Holton from Austin, getting these cards shuffled, and we'll get going momentarily. And I do have a guest with me once again in the booth.
Hi, thanks for having me, William. This is Dante, and looking at the lineup, it looks pretty juicy right now. I know we have another player coming in a few minutes.
Yeah, it should be a fun game tonight. Glad to have you back here once again.
Oh, I'm thrilled to be here. It's a lot of fun.
And we swear we're going to get cards dealt out shortly. I do think we're going to start with the bomb pot, and it looks like a $25 bomb pot. A little bit bigger than normal for our 2-5.
I've seen that a lot. They've agreed to the $25 versus the 10, which is, makes the game even bigger.
Are they just allergic to double-digit SPRs? It feels like it sometimes.
Looks like we got some of the regulars back. We got Jason in seat 1. I don't see who's in seat 2. Oh, Faker. Yes, we have Faker.
We got Faker.
Yeah, I just had the pleasure of playing with him at another table right before the stream. We have Doug. I see Optimizer. Is that Aaron? Men. And I'm not familiar with seat 7. Or seat 6, I'm sorry. Dave.
All right, we get an ace, queen, 6 flop to start. Couple of clubs. Let's see who's got it. Well, first we need these cards to scan. Okay, so we've got top and bottom for Doug. Let's go for the small $50 bet. Nothing better than one pair for anybody that we saw. Looks like Doug's called.
Doug's the one
a
who
bet
had
from
the
the mystery hand. King on the turn does complete Jack 10. Doug's checked it over to Dave. We don't know what he's got. But whatever he has, it's good enough to take it down. And I see a 6 of hearts being shown. I did not see any other cards from his hand. I wonder if this was a set or another 2 pair of some kind with some backup maybe in the form of clubs.
I kind of expected Doug to call. He did have a gut shot to his straight, and with his 2 pair could have boated up.
Yeah, these bomb pots do get a little bit tricky. Like that 2 pair, like you make the boat and you hope you're not up against the bigger boat. Maybe that's going through his mind. The straight would probably, well, here's the problem with 4 to a straight. You're gonna end up chopping a lot. I was about to say quartered, but it's one board. We're not splitting the pot.
That's what I was thinking. With the single board, I thought 150 might have been okay to call.
Yeah.
We have Ming with a suited queen.
Queen 9 suited. Plenty to open. Makes it 20. Gets through. I'm sure we'll have a little bit more action than that. Do see people filing into the chat saying hi. Ragnar for B, Jedi Master Ted. I see you guys. Hope everyone in the chat's doing great. I see Albert in the chat. Hi, Albert. How are you doing?
What's up, Albert?
Yes, Ragnar, this is Dante with me. The famous Dante poker.
Not so famous.
The beard is iconic, though.
Yeah, it is. And it's so odd because I've never had a beard until the pandemic started.
Okay,
I grew it during COVID.
Respect. Ace Jack for Optimize. Looks like we do have the 10 on.
I feel like Optimize is going to get a lot of respect. He's He's a little bit tighter of a player, so if you've played with him and he raises, he's generally going to have some good holdings there.
No respect from Frankie, who is dominated. We go heads up to a flop. I see a king, and I don't see anything else scanned yet.
Looks like we're going to have a continuation bet as he should.
And a check fold from Frankie. Okay, there we go. King 8-3 rainbow, perfectly safe board.
That's definitely going to hit his range. He's pre-flop raising.
Poker Monkey says he's going to see me in Dallas next month. Yeah, I'll be up there. Had a Chat Pro meetup game at the end of April. I do plan to be there, and sure I'll meet a lot of people, see some people again, and it should be a good time. Albert says he'll be back soon. I hope so. It's been a while since I played with you. James wondering how long I've been doing this. Doing this as in commentary. First solo show I think was in August. It was whenever Mike left TCH last year, I took over the Sundays and Thursdays. And we've got action here. Faker made it 35, or Jason made it 35. Faker called, and they will now they'll face a squeeze rather from Dave, who has queens.
Jason's not going to go anywhere. He may even think about a 4-bet here. Especially when he's got another player behind him. He doesn't want him just calling.
Yeah, especially given how small the board. But he folds the tens.
That's
respect.
That's knowing your players, and I think he might have been concerned if you 4-bet that Faker could jam on him.
Yeah, I mean, I think being in position on the 3-better and getting that price, I think I have to at least call and play it as a set mine. Because if I get a 10, I'm gonna stack him.
Yeah, that's a good point too.
And
if he just calls, though, I guarantee Faker calls that with that suited connector.
Yeah.
He's in the best position.
And he is crushed, though, so I mean, there's that. And I don't mind if he calls when he's crushed. And like if I am continuing as Jason, I know exactly what flops I want. I want a flop that has a 10. 300s is okay, too, but I really, really would prefer a 10. And we see another raise and take it. Those are not words we say a lot on these cash game streams. Raise and take it. Those Saturday guys up in Dallas with the tournaments, they get to do that a little more often. Like you can't punt quite as much at those final tables. Ragnar proclaiming that I'll be rich after I win the 5K in Houston this weekend. I really hope that's how it plays out. But, nothing's guaranteed, especially the way I've been running lately. Those of you following me online at Lahti William on Twitter and Instagram know that I have a knack for being one flip away from something better than what I've been doing.
I feel like you've bubbled a lot or come close to
Yeah, like no stone bubbles, or I'll just bag peanuts. That's the other move I'll make. Like I did have a bust out 2 from the money in a mystery bounty a couple weeks ago. Ace King 5 flop. Aaron's the best that we know about.
Optimize has got some backdoor opportunities there. And so he misses. Aaron is still in the lead here, and he's going to bet it out.
It looks like flop checked through and we got a 10 turn, and then Aaron decided to fire, nobody holding anything. You're just going to fold there. Yeah, it's like I'm one flip away from being in the money and having a non-trivial number of chips in the bag for once. That doesn't work out. Or like I bag 30 big blinds and I lose a giant flip right away.
Well, I've seen you bag a few recently, so I was hoping you'd pull one of those out.
I'm hoping to bag 3 times this weekend. That tournament's scheduled for 4 days, so we want 3 bags. We want to bag Saturday. We want to bag Sunday. We want to bag Monday. And we want to get that damn thing over with Tuesday because I got to go back to work at some point.
That's right. You recently got a new job.
Yeah, I've been working where I've been working for a few months now. I changed jobs around the holidays, and I'm enjoying it. And like it's something that I enjoy, and I work with great people. So running good in that regard, at least. And I guess I ran good this past week when I got home and a tornado didn't wreck my house. So
I was out in that. Okay,
see-
so Frankie is going to raise it to 30, kind of a smaller bet.
raised over a limp. There's no 10 on this hand. Dave does defend his limp. He is dominated. 10-10-6. Neither player connecting that well, but should be a safe flop for Frankie.
We should c-bet this. I do like the down bet.
Yeah, he should get a good idea where things are at, and pretty much anything Dave's going to fold is going to have 6 outs.
I wonder what Frankie would have done if he would have got check raised there.
Yeah, then
I've played with Dave before. I was just curious to see if he would.
yeah, then it gets dicey. Yeah, like one of the tornadoes did sort of brush through my neighborhood, and like the other ends of the development had a bunch of fence damage, and some people minus some shingles and minus a solar panel.
I have never seen. I grew up in Florida where hurricanes were every summer, but I've never seen a tornado.
Yeah, Austin's basically the south end of Tornado Alley.
I thought that was like in Oklahoma.
Yeah, like
Dallas.
they're way more common as you go up north. Like even if you go up towards Dallas, it's more common there. But yeah, just like a couple miles over from where I live, like there's just entire roofs gone.
Oh.
Like I was driving back from Houston, and I was driving through Elgin on US 290. So that's like 30 miles south of here or so. And one of the lanes was closed because they were rebuilding the power lines. And there was a whole pile of trash that got whipped up by the tornado. That's the town where there was that viral video of the truck that got knocked over and then put back upright, and then he kept driving.
I see. Oh,
Kings for
looks
optimize.
like we've got he's going to raise it to 60. Oh, this
And
should
jacks
be an
for
action
Chris. Oh, I think we're going to have blood here.
Let's see what sizing he chooses. I'd like to see a sizing around the 215, 220.
Looks like 200 if I had to guess. 200.
I wonder if a 4-bet's coming. It should come. And that should let Chris know right now. Although I don't know if they have history, Chris and Optimize.
Out of position, I definitely prefer the 4-bet, and he does go for all of it. And
They should tell him.
it's hard to let go of jacks, though, because ace-king is a thing, ace-queen is a thing, and that's like 32 combos right there.
So we do
And
get
we
a
do
call.
get the call.
I don't,
Chris
he's
needs
hoping
a
for
jack.
ace-king. Oh,
Oh, that's
Who's
a lot.
got-
Who
who's-
has
I-
spades
I-
now?
who's got
Anybody
a
have
spade?
spades? No spades for Chris. See how good I am at remembering these things. The set of kings will hold for Optimize, who is going to get the full double up.
Welcome to the table, by the way.
An unfortunate caller in the early goings here.
William, if you get jacks and you get 4-bet all in, what are you thinking?
It's player dependent, but I have a very hard time letting those go. Because, like I said, I just named 32 combos off the top of my head that he could have if he's playing reasonably. If he's doing something insane, which some people in Texas will do, then you've suddenly got a lot more crap that you're beating, and
Well, Blake, I mean, Optimize.
we'll have to bleep that.
If it's Optimize, I'm generally folding.
Yeah, and I'm less familiar with his play, so I wouldn't know that. He's a random guy at the table, right?
Yeah, it's
Yeah. Mr. Flippy Floppies, thanks for the sub. Be sure and hit like, hit subscribe if you haven't done so already. And yeah, Ragnar, don't worry. I am properly insured if a tornado messes with my house, but then a tornado messes with my house, and that sucks for a lot of reasons. Even if the money is less of an issue there.
I know. Didn't one hit in Round Rock too?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Like there was like a whole neighborhood in Round Rock where like there was like significant damage to some houses. In fact, like driving along 79 just a couple of days ago, like I could see like a few spots where like there was some damage done. Like there were signs that were not in the right places. I've gone to a Dunkin' Donuts over there. The drive-through awning was gone, like over the drive-through window. Yeah. So yeah. Hopefully people rebuild quickly though, and it doesn't sound like there were a lot of significant injuries or anything, thankfully. But yeah, that was wild, and like I wasn't in town for that. I was still in Houston. Like my last tournament for that series, that was Monday, and my original plan was actually to drive back home after I was done with the tournament. I ended up spending the night in Houston because I saw the night before there was going to be weather coming through here. And I don't want to drive through that, so I ended up spending another night there.
That was smart. I know you go to Houston a lot to play in those tournaments.
If there's a big tournament series, then like there's a good chance you'll see me. And Doug has Ace King. I think there's a good chance we're going to see a raise here.
Absolutely. The sizing is just 50.
I just thought there would be orange.
Is he under the gun +1? It looks
I
like.
think there's a straddle.
Okay.
If I had to guess, there's probably a straddle. King Jack of Spades for Dave.
You're one of the few. Yeah, they're kind of brutal.
Is he thinking of a
He's
three
thinking
bet?
about a 3-bet, but he should just call here.
Good call, Doug.
He does.
Here, there's a short. I'm going to take like extra time. And there's a 6-second short.
Optimize playing the suited connectors. What's great about those suited connectors, though, when you hit, your decisions are really easy on the flop.
Yeah.
You either hit or you don't.
Baker's going to do some
Baker's
duck
gonna-
hunting here. 4 ways. 10-9-4. Couple of hearts. Gut shot for Dave.
2
Bottom
overs
pair for
Doug.
Optimize.
And
Which is actually the best
Optimize is
hand
in
at the
lead.
moment.
He's in the lead.
No, the pair of 4s is the best at the moment. Dave
Dave's leading
gonna
out.
bet it out. $75. Thinks he has enough equity if he is behind. Optimize is not gonna fold a pair. Bottom pair, no kicker. Let's go. Ace on the turn.
That gives.
Doug would have loved to see that turn. So
This is going to be tough for Optimize to continue with 3 overs.
yeah, 250 from Dave. I think this ends it. That's why I was a little surprised to see Optimize continue, just because, like, even with the best hand, it's hard to realize all that equity when he's going to keep firing. Like, unless you see a 5 or a 4 on the turn, you're probably done with the hand,
Yep.
not even having a backdoor. And so the Russian will do the job.
Looks like we have most of the players already chipping up as they can. This is match the stack, 2-5 Texas style.
Yeah, as soon as that first hand is finished, you can match up to the largest stack. And the moment you get a big pot like we saw not that long ago, half the table will reach into their pocket often. I see a couple people saying bring basements to Texas. Problem with Texas is the ground makes it hard to, like, you can't dig a basement practically because of the underlying ground. There's like rock,
Is
there's
it
some kind of
also
rock
close
under
to sea
there.
level too, or is that more southern Texas?
I couldn't say from that regard. Like, I'm sure that's an issue like towards the Gulf Coast, but yeah, like supposedly you just can't dig a basement, and
Oh wow! Looks
You gotta
like
squeeze.
Optimize picks up another big hand.
premium
He
for Optimize.
3-bets it.
Fucking 6 exposed. You're like, damn, I don't know.
Ace at 150. Frankie folds.
So I feel like Optimize doesn't need to show there.
Yeah.
It just kind of
He just
solidifies
reaffirming.
his position at
like-
the table.
It's like, hey, I got it. Now, if you wanted to show the 5-4 that you defended a hand ago.
That would have been much better. I think that would have gotten him paid a little bit more, but
Get a little action. Sorry if you're not enjoying the stream, but I'm sure there's plenty of other content that you enjoy. And I hope you find something you enjoy. But thanks for checking us out. For those of you who do like us, thanks for hitting like and subscribe and continuing to watch.
so we have a question about matching the stack here. Matching the stack is, it's just what it sounds like. You can match up to the largest stack at the table, which I think right now is 2,000 or Optimize may have
It
a
should
little
be
bit
about
more.
2,000 or so.
So anybody that bought in for 1,000 can now match it up to 2,000, and that'll go on throughout
Kings
the
for
whole night.
Optimize. He's living the life.
Optimize again.
Sorry to cut you off. Faker with a pretty loose call at the queen deuce. Gonna go heads up to this flop.
I think it's a little different in Texas, especially compared to some other places. A $30 raise in a 2-5 game, to me, doesn't seem a lot, but there comes the ace when you have kings.
Mandatory ace on the flop. Bottom pair
Faker has
for
a-
Faker.
Faker has a pair.
And he's got a backdoor. He's got two back. No, he's got one backdoor. Just the backdoor to the clubs.
And a quick fold.
Faker not continuing with the pair.
Sure, how much?
Oh, you're just keeping your
$100, you can have it.
So we have about 6 players that are up to almost 2K. A couple of them already matched the stack.
Can we switch? We can, right? Seats?
You want to switch seats?
Let's see, anything else in the chat?
Pay me real money.
What did you all have for supper? I have not eaten yet. I'm thinking I probably hit up the Raising Cane's after the show. Unless I jump in the game here, I probably just go for some chicken.
Well, I'm fasting today, so
Okay,
I just have a energy drink.
okay, just the energy drink.
The energy drink.
Kings twice now?
The meal of champions.
All right, we have a straddle on. I believe we're probably going to see straddles throughout the.
Yeah, the 10's usually going to be on at the very least.
He's thinking about raising this. No, he just calls.
Jack 10 offsuit, usually a fold from early position.
If you're going to come in, maybe raise it, but I would.
And
I
now
would normally
Jason's
fold
going to
that.
have a better hand, and he's going to raise. Makes it 40 with the king queen.
Yeah, a little bit of a smaller raise. I think that's going to invite some other players in.
Chris going to defend
Chris.
his button with that suited gapper, the 8-6 with the 8 of spades. And Ming's going to say, okay, I'm priced in.
Yeah, I think if Chris doesn't call there, Ming doesn't call.
I'm taking a bachelor party out on the water tomorrow.
Oh,
And guess who flopped the nuts?
he should
Ming
check
has
here.
the nuts with the Jack 10, the straight to the king. Jason with top 2. Don't lead, Ming. Don't lead.
yeah,
Don't lead. Ming leads.
It's such a small lead too, $40.
Makes it 40. Makes it a third pot. And Jason's going to be thinking, what the hell?
Jason's going to raise here.
He would have been happy to bet it himself. I think he's still going to be happy to bet it himself.
It almost looks like a blocker bet from me, like he's just got one pair.
Makes it 110. And then the button just nopes right out of there with his 8 high.
So Ming should just smooth call this. If he raises,
You got to trap him. No, but he's going to raise.
that's
Ming
going to
is
raise a lot of red
raise.
flags for Jason.
He's basically saying, hey, I've got it.
I've got Jack 10, or I've got maybe the nut flush draw, but nothing else. So
They also didn't bring back like the tournament series that they used to do, so it's like
I feel like Ming should just turn his cards face up with that line.
it was really just almost a min raise.
the harmless deuce of spades.
Yeah, Ming's going to
he's
have
gonna-
to bet here.
He's going to
He's
fire
showing
again.
aggression. He can't slow down now.
I think he's definitely afraid of a third diamond coming.
That's like really.
If I had a guess.
Oh really?
Yeah, but
He does hold a diamond in his hand.
And
That used to be.
Now we have a
I think
the
this
pot's
is
already
it's just
swelled.
a call from Jason, as he should. And the diamond is going to come
That
in.
kills the action right there, William.
Yeah, I think this just saved Jason a lot of money. I think Ming does have more money than the graphics are showing. I see at least $1,000 in front of him. Kristen confirming that there was an add-on that she didn't know about. Ming does go for the third street and gets the quick call from Jason, who will find out that he was no good there. So pretty big pot going Ming's way.
It could be one of those things where Jason knows Ming. He could do that with any two cards.
I wonder if Ming checks it over on the flop. So he ends up getting stacks in, potentially.
That's what I was thinking. I thought maybe just checking to the pre-flop aggressor might have been a little bit more profitable, but he did just still drag a big pot.
And then, yeah, and then raising bigger too. Like we saw a bunch of tiny raises on that flop.
And min raises from so if he makes it like he's trying to steal the pot, like makes it 310,
Yeah.
350, it looks more bluffy than that.
And where he could say, you just have diamonds, I call.
that's he was probably he was just trying.
Okay, the straddle is still on. Surprised Ming didn't put in the double straddle.
Yeah,
Jimmy is a bot. I didn't know you were a bot. Jimmy is a bot wondering if Austin's tried putting up a higher stakes game. On Mondays, you'll see our 510. That plays a lot bigger than 510.
You'll see
And-
people with 10K stacks.
Yeah,
The whole
absolutely.
table, so
I'm sure if there were players that expressed interest in playing bigger stakes, that's a thing that could be made to happen at TCH. Austin's a bit of a smaller market than Dallas in that regard. Like you don't see as many nosebleed games here as you would up in Dallas. And we see a 3-bet with kings get through. So
that's good sizing. You just took down the pot right then and there. Nothing wrong with that.
I swear I'm black, wondering now what the hell is VPIP? VPIP stands for voluntarily put in pot. That is tracking how many hands you voluntarily put a chip in the pot. Posting a blind is not voluntary. We make you do that. A straddle actually does not count as voluntary. That counts as another blind. But if you call pre-flop or if you raise pre-flop, you have VPIP'd.
What's a good percentage you want to be at in VPIP?
Well, the Lottie line is 15%.
15%.
Hashtag Lottie line. In a full ring cash game like this, 15 to 20% is what you see a lot from, quote, regs. Here in Texas, the VPIPs tend to be higher.
Yeah, they tend to be in the 30s.
People like to play hands.
It's no
And we
fun
see
folding.
Doug with the 3-2s making it $45. Speaking of liking to play hands,
This is so funny because he told me right before the stream that he was gonna bluff with three deuce.
he's lived up to that promise. And
But
Dave
I think
calls,
he said suited though. That's not suited.
and Aaron squeezes with the king-queen of clubs, and everyone else says, just kidding.
That's a nice hand to squeeze with, and it can flop really well.
Profion wondering if he went all in on the flop with what the king-queen would do. If Ming had just shoved $1,000 or $1,500 or whatever into Jason, what does Jason do? I don't know what he would do. I think what he should do is probably call, unless he knows it's a player who's literally only doing it with the nuts.
Yeah.
Because you beat diamond draws.
I think 90% you call. I mean,
And,
I would probably
you
call
beat-
and be
you-
crushed, but
You also beat queen 9.
yeah,
You can
There's hands that you beat.
he could have a combo draw there as well,
Yeah.
and could do that with that. And if you do flop the nuts,
Yeah.
why would you bet so much?
Yeah. Yeah. That said, yeah, I don't think Ming would ever actually do that because that would be a ridiculous sizing relative to the size of the pot. Like 1,500 into a pot of like $100, $200. That's giving your opponent really bad pot odds to call. And when you have the nuts, you want your opponent to call. So you want to give them better odds. I
Looks
think
like
the
we have
action's
some more
held up a
players
bit
adding
here
on.
while we get the graphics caught up.
Seat 7's adding 1,000.
I see Paz in the chat. How are you doing, Paz?
Looks like we have plaques on the.
Yeah, we haven't
the
seen those in a
felt.
while.
There's two
so
plaques.
Those orange plaques are worth
that Frankie?
$1,000. The pink chips are 500. Black is 100. Green is 25. Red is 5. White is 1.
So he's above 3,000. It looks like.
Yeah, one nickel's worth 29.
And we get cards getting dealt out now. Jedi Master Ted telling us what his humorous loyalty point score was. That's a funny number. And we see some folds. Aaron making it 40.
Another premium for Optimize.
That's a perfectly good 3-bet blind versus blinds, and that gets the job done. Yeah, if the pot were bigger, then you could check jam. Like if you're check jamming for, say, twice the size of the pot, you could do that. But for like 8 times, probably not, especially when you want to get called.
Yeah, that's a good point, William. I think that if your SPR is because once you just if you were just to bet that your SPR would be like
Yeah, I don't have aces.
If you're
2 to
going to
1?
leave yourself half pot behind,
yes.
just stick it in. Brandon Picarello, thanks for the subscription.
Dave just calls the $10. Suited
And
queen.
Frankie is going to have 2 aces,
Oh,
makes it 50.
he's waking up with some big hands as well.
Dave going to call. And here's a fun flop. King 10-9.
Got a pair
Dave
with a
has
gut shot.
Pair and a draw for Dave. Overpair for Frankie, still good.
I don't see Dave.
Check, check. 7 of hearts on the turn is going to be pretty scary.
Frankie
Completing
does have
straights
the
and flushes.
ace of
Frankie
hearts.
does have the nut heart draw, but he could feel like he's behind at the moment. Dave does bet 100.
I would like
Frankie
to see,
can never fold.
I would like to see Frankie bet on the flop though.
Yeah, you got to bet that flop.
Oh,
9 of spades. The aces will be cracked. Trip 9s for Dave, who's going to bet again. I think Frankie's just gone into call down mode.
he's
And is going to
bluff
call the $300 bet and see that he got rivered.
Looked like he threw his cards up before the call was even thrown in.
Yeah, careful you don't beat him there.
I know, it was very close, but he must have verbally said it. Yep, the aces did get cracked.
Yeah.
like
And
someone-
you called it before it actually aired.
Well, he had a lot of equity when on that flop.
He sure did. So what do we all think about the ongoing crazy football transactions? Tyreek Hill to Miami?
Well, I know you're really happy being a
I'm
Broncos
delighted.
fan.
Russell Wilson to the Broncos. I'm delighted. I've been delighted for weeks about that.
I'm an Eagles fan, so we've only signed one player. We do have 3 #1 picks in this draft.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see how well those get utilized.
All defense.
Hey, you got to have defense.
All right, Faker's calling with some suited connectors. I kind of like those cards. I don't know how you feel about those, but again, it kind of goes back to what we were saying earlier. I mean, if you hit that, I mean, you know your decisions on the flop. You either fold or you're really going to smash it.
And we do have a pair of 4s for Faker, which is the best hand. He has spades on the turn.
He's definitely going to take a bet at this.
Yeah.
No one else showed any kind of aggression or on the flop.
And this should end it. Yeah, but if you're a Vegas fan, suddenly you have the worst quarterback in the division.
But the best wide receiver.
Maybe. Maybe. Especially with Tyreek Hill gone now.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, Devontae Adams.
Monte Adams, yeah. That's right. He did go to Vegas.
I don't understand how that happened.
Are you the
We
only
have the-
Vikings fan here? Hey, one of my predecessors in this booth was a very big Viking fan.
We have the double straddle on. It's good to see. I can't see who that was, though.
Live 10,
Was
live
it Doug?
20. I'd say
I
whoever's
mean,
in
he's
seat
got to
4.
call this because he plays the Jack 10. So.
Jack 10 offsuit did him great the last time.
Did you play the last time?
Gonna limp again. Taking the same line as before. Jason with the ace-king this time. Ace-king-queen this time.
He'll still have top there.
Except Ming's in
Let's see,
position this time,
three-bet.
so he doesn't get to lead. 120 from Jason, and
do
then
like the
Faker with the
sizing.
king-queen.
I do like the sizing. But the problem is there are 4 players still behind.
And one of them just put in a 3-bet.
We're going to see all the
Faker
chips
made
get
it like
in.
400. 6s for Chris, just gets out of there. Ace deuce for Doug is a fold. No way Ming can call here.
You can
He's
tell he
gonna
wanted
fold.
to.
And if these chip counts are right, which I think they are for Faker, I think Jason
This is
just
a
jams
4-bet.
here.
Yeah, this is a
He does jam, and
well,
Faker-
Faker's got a call. He knows
yeah,
he's
Faker
behind.
just priced himself in, but he's got a call. And
to a
unfortunately, he's
queen.
way behind, needing a queen. Does not get it. In fact, a club won't do him any good either. And the
And
ace-king will hold.
Just think if Ming would have stayed in.
Yeah, if Ming would have stayed in his 10, and he's stacking it all. Yeah.
I'm doing both.
Instead, he's watching Jason stack Faker's chips.
The 6s
And-
also would have won.
I see Faker reloading there. Someone in the chat pointing out the ace deuce as well would have ended up with a wheel on the turn. There was an ace deuce folded.
Yeah.
Oh, just the flat white stuff. It's not like a 2.
Yeah.
Just that Faker was so polarizing with that 3-bet to 375. It really didn't feel like a big pocket pair for him.
Ragnar Overby saying something tells him that this dealer plays bass guitar. I have no idea whether Jesse plays bass guitar or not. That is Jesse in the box. And I bet Aaron's about to have a misread because there were 2 cards over his. Just warning you all now. Dave opening the Jack 9.
So Dave is doing a lot of just calling.
Just limping. Yeah, you got to raise that up. Frankie going to
Either
make
raise
it
or
50.
fold it. You can call a 3-bet, but limping in. You're just inviting players to.
Says Aaron called with 5-3. I'm telling you that's a misread. No way in hell. And Optimize waking up with another strong holding. Pocket 10s makes it
Good sizing,
a
good
bunch
sizing.
more.
The only people that could call are big aces and big pairs. So
all the way up to 240. Frankie could talk himself into set mining. We know there's a 5 dead. We don't know whether it was Aaron's or Ming's, but we know there's a 5 dead. Frankie is going to call. So Frankie's even further behind than he knows. He is drawing to the case 5 or a wheel.
He,
Like, you
he
could
must
get
be
forward
putting
straight.
Optimize on a.
Look at that. He
gut
flops a
shot.
gut shot. There we go.
That's better than.
Too bad there's a 3 in the muck. By the way, if Aaron actually had 5-3, just saying. And Optimize just rips it in. Big overbet there.
I mean, this is Frankie's flop.
And he's got to fold it. Optimize just
Don't
wanting
show-
to shut it down and show the tens.
So at this time, everybody knows that Optimize has a premium when he's
He has it.
betting.
Jeremy's saying the king queen was a bad call. The problem is with the sizing that Faker used when he had put in the 3-bet initially, he made it so that if he gets jammed on, like he's going to have pot odds to work. He has to call with anything because like that, like he had like less than half pot behind, like we were talking about before. Like you're just going to be priced into calling.
If he doesn't call there and he's making those plays, he's just burning money right at that point.
Yeah.
So yeah, he had to call.
Going back to the suited connector discussion, like the problem with the 4 deuce is in a game like this where you're playing hundreds of bigs deep, reverse implied odds become a thing, I think. So where like if you make, say, a flush and you get a lot of action, you're not going to be winning that often.
Especially multi-way.
Yes, especially
Flush is usually
multi-way.
not good. Oh,
Dave wishing he would have straddled, has aces,
he's going to
makes
get
it, juices it all the way up to 75.
I still like that. Isn't he under the gun plus
No, he's under the gun.
under the gun? Yeah, you
And
have
Aaron
to.
calling with the ace queen suited, where he might have gotten re-raised. He might have gotten a re-raise.
Now, I don't know how you feel about this, William. If I'm under the gun with aces, I always.
Oh, here it goes.
Oh,
We
here
got
it
an
is.
ace on the flop.
I'd love to see a check here. He
Top
does
top
check.
for
He does
Aaron.
check.
Top set for Dave. Check, check. Aces up. Oh, no. Aces up. Aces up for Aaron.
Too bad
He's
it's
going
a
to be on the hook
club.
for everything. I don't think that matters, though. I don't think that matters. Now Dave's going to go for 75 again. Yeti core of the night. Potentially. Aaron just calls,
queen
perhaps
out there.
concerns about the club and the 7 of diamonds on the river.
I think he's just going to call there.
250, he just calls because of the club. So, yeah, I just have top set.
There they are.
And he's like, oh, okay. I imagine, though, that there would have actually been aggression on the flop. Like, we would have seen probably a lot of it go in on the turn.
I am surprised that Aaron didn't bet that.
You flop top pair and you don't bet that. Like, you don't want to protect against those clubs. Like, I'm betting flop. And I'm getting trapped sometimes, but I got to bet. I mean, he could be kings. We all know if there's an ace on the flop when there's kings.
What if the check raises there? That's a tough call with ace queen.
I just have to hold my nose and say I'm beating a draw. But I am going to throw up in my mouth a little bit.
Yeah, since that was a max wedding, you know.
That was not as much action as I thought we'd see on that flop.
Yeah, that's why I was confused. It was like,
David Pratt saying I'm throwing shade on the deuce 4 and 24.
flax and
I'm not going to throw shade on the number 24, that's for sure. I was a big Jeff Gordon fan. Throw the 24 for all those years. But 4 deuce, absolutely. I'm going to throw shade on that as a hand,
thinking the same exact thing as you.
unless we're going for a low.
Sometimes I will play that if I'm in position.
We're playing 8 or better. I mean, you know, give me some other cards with the 4 deuce, but I mean, that's good. I mean,
My logic's fucked up now because you had so much left. I kind of thought you were tracking with ace.
we're playing Raz. Give me a 4 and a deuce and like something else 6 or lower, and I'm thrilled.
I've only played that once. It was no fun.
Until I catch on 4th and then I break 3 times and I lose a bunch of bets, then I don't like it so much. But never mind that day in Houston last week. As we get to the turn, the pair of 10 still good for Frankie. Both players with a club. Club's not coming in. Frankie's 10's going to be good at showdown. Tiny bet gets called by Ming's ace high. Decides to bluff catch.
So now we have a couple players at 3K for a 2-5 game.
And we're
big.
not even an hour in.
It's pretty good. Almost everybody's at 2,000 at least. A couple players underneath that.
some of that through pots, some of that through the natural stack option.
There's one time I could be on stream, it's gonna be Thursday because the rest of the time I'll be streaming.
But yeah, like 45 minutes in, and this game has escalated as it often does.
Saturday's gonna be wild due to COVID. If y'all don't have plans yet, I can get y'all in touch with a company and then get y'all out there. Okay. I can show you some videos. It's like hundreds of
And we get some cards get dealt out.
Straddle on again.
bachelorettes on Saturday.
You come here, put that 10 on. It won't hurt. Put that 10 on. Even I put the 10 on.
Optimize decided not to play the suited cards there. Probably didn't really have good position, so.
Yeah, terrible position. We do see Chris playing in mystery hands. Makes it 40. Just scoot your cards like 2 inches to the right onto the scanner, please. Aaron defending his straddle with the 8-7 of hearts. The best hands for cracking aces. Ace 4-3. Nobody connecting here. Chris with just the king high, the best hand. See if that's going to get the job done. Aaron with no pair, no draw, no hope.
I am a big believer in position. The 8-7 of hearts just calling an early position like that doesn't leave you a lot of outs unless you hit the flop.
And it's fun, but it is fine to speculate with the game being as deep as it is. Like, you are getting the odds. So, like we've talked about implied odds before. Implied odds talk about how much money can go in on later streets. And I'm putting in 20 bucks or whatever it is, and there's $2,000 behind. Like, I'm getting 100 to 1 implied odds, basically. And when I hit, I can play a big pot. When I don't hit, that's fine. Because I don't have to hit it that often if I'm getting 100 to 1. Right?
That's true. That's true. I mean, I definitely would have. I would have probably liked to see a raise there, just to kind of.
You're 3-betting your big blinds.
Yes.
Yeah.
With suited connectors, just to mix it up a little bit.
Yeah, you sprinkle those in occasionally.
50, 100, 200.
It's still tricky because you are giving up your pot odds, like by going for that raise. We see Aaron get a walk with ace jack suited. Bummer.
I don't know how much he just dumped off.
But yeah, playing in position is usually better than playing out of position, and being the aggressor can be a good thing as well. A lot of flops where you'll have the range advantage, and you can take it with a c-bet. I may or may not, last week in a tournament, have squeezed big blinds with ace-jack offsuit and gotten the caller from the initial raiser, and then ripped for almost pot on queen 10x and got it through. Maybe.
You did have outs.
I did have outs. Like, I'm always strung to the nuts.
Yeah, you are.
I'm always
so.
strung to the nuts. In my mind, I like to think that I got ace king to fold, or I got tens to, not tens. I got like jacks or nines to fold.
Got a nice little hand here. Doug wakes up with a premium. He 3-bets it to 120.
I'd be surprised if Jason calls here. This is a suited ace, but it is the worst suited ace, and he does fold.
Ace 5 of clubs definitely calls there.
Yeah, call or 4-bet sometimes as a bluff.
And it is Doug. They've played a lot together before. Doug mixes up his game really well. He could do that with any 2 cards.
I don't watch this one too often.
I swear, I'm black wondering, do you all ever play other variations than Hold'em or Omaha? How about you?
I play. I was playing a lot of Big O.
Some big O, so that's 5
Which is
card
PLO.
5 card pot limit Omaha,
Pot
8 or
limit
better
Omaha.
for the unfamiliar. As I was alluding to before with the Raz discussion, I play pretty much anything. Like, I'll play a mixed game where there's like a couple dozen choices, and somebody brings a pile of index cards where you can just make crap up as well.
I have played in one of those games before.
Yeah. In fact, a mixed game might break out after the show, maybe. It's a possibility.
I think Big O's the most fun.
Kristen says they've started the list. So, it's a possibility.
Chris raises it with a little slick there. Suited.
I think we're going to get a squeeze from Jason with the ace-queen offsuit.
Dave wakes
get
up
a big
again with
one.
the same hand, King Jack of spades.
Don't think he
Optimized
goes with it
calls.
this time.
Yeah,
Lets it go.
that 3-bet. It's really going to be. It's really polarizing. But
Aaron's going to set mine in position. Ming goes away. 4 deuce for optimize goes away. We go heads up to a flop, which does not contain a 5. And it does contain a queen for top pair for Jason.
good to see a down bet there. It makes it look like a continuation bet. Something around 220. So that's 180. I like the sizing. That really looks like he's just c-betting there.
Does get the call. Aaron thinking, well, I can beat some ace kings.
Ace jack suited maybe.
7 of diamonds puts up a second flush draw that neither player holds.
At this point, I think Jason's going to have to bet a little bigger with those 2 flush draws now out there. So
And he goes for 365. He goes less than half pot again.
goes value.
He is giving the in-position player a great price to draw, though. Not that he is drawing this time, but if Aaron is sitting here with hearts or diamonds, he's getting a heck of a price.
So if Aaron does call, it's going to set up a river push with an SPR less than 1 for Aaron.
Yeah, and so, it's a 5-player game.
All Aaron can beat right now is a bluff. Maybe he's got a flush draw of some sort. I don't think Aaron can call here. Although there is a lot of money in the pot right now. 365 to win 1,300.
I'm surprised. Oh, he's going to go for the
jam.
raise. He goes all in.
Wow.
He's going to get snapped,
snap
obviously,
call.
because Jason beats all the draws. And the river is not a 5. So
It's a 6.
it's a 6. It's not a 5. It's a 6. And so that bluff will not work out for Aaron. This will be a stacking for Aaron, who I think is reaching for some more chips in his bag.
I think in his mind he was thinking, I just can't call.
He's thinking, well, maybe Jason has a draw and I can get a draw to fold. Instead, he had top pair, which was never folding on that board. If he's got it, he's got it. And sometimes Aaron's going to actually have the set, and he's going to walk into it. But there we go. That's a big pot right there. All right, so let's see how many likes. Only 60 likes so far. Let's get some more likes. Let's get some more likes. I'm sure you've all seen the great news earlier this week that TCH Dallas has prevailed in their fight with the city of Dallas. We're very glad that we get to keep playing poker up there. I'm sure there'll be some fun stuff up there soon.
What a great room that is. I've had the opportunity to play the streams there a few times. and
Yeah, I've done one stream appearance myself up there. It's a great room. I get up there whenever they have giant tournaments as well.
They always got 15 tables going, 20 tables going, lots of action.
Yeah. There's a chance I may even get up there next Saturday for their tournament. Like my tournament calendar is looking blank next weekend, so I might make the drive up there. Maybe. No promises. But maybe.
So Aaron raises it to 75. Definitely going to get a call from Faker. Faker is first to act. He's got position on him. Faker might be thinking he's steaming a little bit after that.
Ace Jack 7 is not going to connect with Aaron. It is going to connect with Faker, who has top pair.
What do you think, William? Do you just check here and let Aaron fire off the C-bet?
Yeah, I'm definitely checking to the razor.
This is just going to kill it right here.
Just calling here. If I raise, I'm only getting action from better.
Y'all will like Raiders.
So just call, get to a turn.
Camera time. I paid for that.
Let's see a 10 or something. A 9 would be.
9 of diamonds for chaos.
9 of diamonds, 10 of diamonds. That would be an action. Well, the 9 of diamonds would be an action.
Instead, we get a 5 of spades, which is
Rainbow board
less
there.
interesting. And the jack pairs on the river. Goes check, check. Aaron just giving up.
Jason's leading the way with 4,500. Looks like Doug bought in to 4,100. So stacks getting big, big again.
Jason, the recipient of Aaron's failed bluff a few hands ago.
Optimistic bluff.
Get a lot of that. Also managing to lose the relative minimum when he flopped top 2 against the straight. So seat 1 running hot tonight. Like, running hot can sometimes be not going broke when you get coolered. Something else I'll let you all know about, we do have the buzzer beater bad beat going on at all the TCH locations. Currently stands at $31,000 plus $100 for everyone checked in at every TCH location when it hits. Quad Jacks is the qualifier today. Quad Jacks losing to a straight flush or better.
Oh, we have a big hand. Well, no, we have kings from Chris who
And
raise it, and you get a call with 7-3.
this feels like a misread. I'd be shocked.
I was just about to say, you know,
If it is 7-3, it's got a gut shot, but
It does have a
I'd be
gut shot.
dumbfounded if it was 7-3.
he does have position, but
Yeah, yeah. All
He's going to fold whatever it was.
shit. The hotel fills up. Hotel, we get all that runoff. Hotel.
So, yeah, that bad beat. Let's try and hit it somewhere other than Dallas this time. Just saying. We see Jason Optimize and Dave all up 4 figures right now. Still a long way to go. Additional rules apply. TexasCardHouse.com for complete details on this and every other promotion. That is a good one. I would just love it to hit here in Austin for once. Can't let Dallas have all the fun.
just have so many more tables going.
Yeah, more
tough.
volume means more coolers, right?
Dave with King 10 like to see a raise. He just limps
10
in.
suited,
He's
limps
limping
again.
a lot lately. That's most certainly going to get 3-bet or bet into.
By
There it
jacks.
is, $50.
Actually has it, and Jason with the suited ace wheel comes along.
Dave should call this. He's getting a lot of.
He's getting excellent odds here. He does call. We go 4 ways to the flop. Texas heads up, as some people like to say.
That is
9-7-6.
not really a good flop for jacks.
Ming has pair plus gut shot. Aaron
Dave
does
has
have the
back
overpair. Dave with the same gut shot as Ming.
125.
Aaron continues for 125. I might go bigger. Like you're never getting rid of an 8 at this price. I don't know if there is a price where you get rid of an 8, but
I just feel like that
Ming.
flop is going to hit
What's
his
Ming thinking
opponents
of?
a lot more.
he's got a plaque in his hands. What's Ming considering here? Does just ultimately call.
Throwing out a plaque is the same as throwing out a chip, right? Like that'd be a call.
125 with king 10. I might have called that since Bing just went in or just called that.
Dave lets it go. 3 of diamonds will not change anything. He might be thinking that the best case scenario is that somebody else has a 10. Like if the 8 hits.
Make the dealer make change too. Leave it out there.
And Aaron's
nice
turn
big bet there.
will get it done.
He was gonna get it through regardless.
I was on street draw waiting on 8.
Felt like Aaron wanted to play for stacks there. If you got the 8-10, you got it.
I had 2 bling dogs.
What will you have?
I had over here.
Open in.
Overpaired.
Drawing. I got 8. I got 7.
You had the 8.
No, I got 7.
Looks like we have several plaques on the table
Yeah,
now.
so-
Faker has one, Ming, and then
Love to
Frankie.
see it.
I've never played with Frankie
I just
before. I think he's the only player I haven't
Yeah, I
seen
mean,
up close.
if I can see that on the turn, it worth it.
Ragnar urging me to say it like Ben Mining from TCH Live Dallas edition with some gusto. The bad beat buzzer beater. How about that? So I just knew that the bad beat existed. I had not done any prep before I came in here. I don't know what Ben does. I don't know if Ben's got a copy in front of him with exactly what he's going to say or anything. Next time I'm up there, I may have to discuss that with him. But yeah, I was just winging it there, just like I was winging my opening, my open, which was just the worst open in the history of TV or radio
No, I thought it
or
was
anything similar.
Got a couple of limps if I'm reading that right. Chris is going to raise it from
He's at
the
40.
small blind, right?
Yeah, from the small blinds. And if you think they're loose, why not? Dave going to be limp calling with 10 deuce under the gun.
40?
He's definitely taking a more passive line.
He is going to call with a hand that
Right.
many would argue should never have put a chip in there. But hey, it was good enough for Doyle Brunson.
Twice.
Twice. Ming comes along with the queen 10.
Well, he's definitely priced in there. So
7, 7, 6, couple of hearts. Everyone misses. This probably goes bet, fold, fold. Chris bets. There's one fold. And there's another fold. $75. Too much for Chris's opponents to continue. As we see these V-pips dug below the Lahti line, down at 13%.
that is unusual. I wouldn't expect Doug to be below that. He's usually a 30 to 40%.
We see some higher V-pips as well for sure. Like Dave, very active. Ming, very active. Chris, very active. And no, I didn't remember that for 30 seconds, guys. I've got the screen in front of me that has the images about 10 seconds before you get them. And then I also have it playing on my phone so I can see the chat. So whatever I saw on the screen, I can see it like 10 seconds later when you guys are seeing it.
Aaron is very active tonight. Raises the
Go down to the trail.
deuces here.
And now it's so developed over there. There was like nothing there when I was.
Baker's
the
going
call
to call
from
with
Faker.
Rainey was a dump. Like, you didn't want to walk down Rainey. It was free ginger.
Baker does have position.
Shady. 10 years ago.
Position always nice to have.
All I see is a 4 so far.
Yeah, has not scanned yet. Ace 4-3, so deuces do have a gut shot. And queen
good enough
9
to
has
bet.
butt kiss and does fold. Okay, Ragnar clarifying that Mining does the voiceover on the actual promo that they played before some of the streams, like especially the Dallas streams. Okay, recorded commercial is different. We're doing it live here. We do it live. None of that recorded stuff. If you gave me 10 tries, I could produce a good read. If you gave me 10 tries, I could.
We just come in here cold.
Exactly. Also wondering, am I a Ferrari fan now? You know, I was a huge Ferrari fan during the Schumacher era, and then everybody left, and like I was less enthusiastic about that team. Like I think they're starting to get their stuff together, and it could be a really fun fight between them and Red Bull. If Red Bull could just get their cars to last until the end of the race.
Oh, we got a big hand from Faker. Pocket Kings. Let's see what sizing he chooses. $40.
See if he gets any action here. Dave will give him action. He's got
It's a
fours.
small. It's a small bet. Fours are always set money for $40 there.
Absolutely.
So basically, like unbarred leavable, this condo lots and like the house next to it probably be torn down too.
Let's see. All right, so we have Kings versus fours.
Torn down everywhere across.
Faker in position.
And there's a four. This is going to hurt for
That is-
Faker.
That is not a good board. That's.
Bottom set for
I
Dave.
think he's got. I think we're going to get all the chips in there, and he leads out. Donk leads out. Can I say Donk lead?
Sure. Sure. Everyone just saying, I got it, I got it, I got it.
I know. And he gets a raise.
Lots of small sizings here. And a small 3-bet. Like, we're just, this is like the night of the click back.
Yeah, this is it is a little unusual to see this. But
Faker's
for
like,
Faker, you got to be asking
it's
yourself,
like you
what
got to
can you
be
beat?
effing kidding me.
He doesn't have ace queen because he would have raised.
And Faker's going to be in cool down mode at this
Queen
point.
10. I mean, it's Faker's got to be thinking about what's he going to bet. But I believe he's going to re-raise this.
Faker would really love to see a diamonds come in here on this turn. It doesn't. 3 of spades.
That brings in 5-7, but no one should have 5-7 in this spot. Have you noticed how Dave is betting right now? Very, very confident.
Yeah.
Faker should be able to pick up on that, but he goes all in.
Or was this just a raise to 1,000? He just makes it
Oh, he
1,000.
just makes-
He
well,
just
what
puts out
does
the
he
plaque
have?
he announced raise. Have to verbalize if you're going to put an oversized object in without, otherwise it's a call.
It's only 600 more to call. He should just go ahead and go all in here.
And this is, and now Dave's scratching his head. Dude, you've got a set. I mean, let's just go.
You dream of this spot. That's why you called the pocket fours, is the set mine. You've got him where he wants him. I believe he's just going to go all in here.
Yeah. Like stacked to pot would be super tiny if
Yeah.
he just flats.
And then, of course, Faker has to call because he's already got 1,300 in there or 1,200 in there so far. So, I'm not sure what Dave's. Is he thinking that he has a bigger set? Sixes, queens? So he raised, Faker raised pre-flop, so the only hand you could put him on that beats you is queens. He's not raising with sixes
Yeah.
or 5-7.
Maybe he raises 6s pre. Like I could see 6s raising pre.
This is giving a lot of confidence to Faker, though.
Yeah. He's thinking, I faded the snap call.
And he
So
probably
like, if
just
Dave
has a
just
queen.
flats, Faker's going to put it in because he faded the snap call. Like, that's the first hurdle that you want to clear in this spot. Or like when you're running some ridiculous bluff for your tournament life. Like, it's like, okay, I faded the snap call. Thank God.
And then you look at your hand again, like to make sure you have the top pair, top.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what. He has to call. There's no. I mean,
You should never, ever be folding here. Ever, ever, ever.
you're basically losing to two hands, queens or sixes.
If he's got it, he's got it. That said, it's very rare that I see a hand played this way as far as the lines.
I'm all in.
Lead, raise, 3-bet. And now Dave does stick it in. And Faker is once
He
again
could be.
gonna-
He could have been acting, Hollywooding a little bit.
This could be a Hollywood.
Could be. I mean, because I just don't see. He's just trying to get the rest of the.
Faker's
chips
going to feel himself priced in. And he is going to call, and Dave's going to snap over the 4s.
So just a
Baker
king.
does not get a king. Baker going to get stacked once again. Jesse going to count these stacks.
That's
and
why
get the
with those
pot chips
bigger pocket pairs, I like a really big kind of chunky bet.
Sir, if it was a real or Hollywood?
No, it's real, dude. That's how my mind works. That's how my mind works.
Andy Parks wants to give him a Grammy for his acting.
Fucking bullshit.
I
Yeah,
actually,
acting, you get all sorts of Grammys.
I actually think he was struggling with that call.
Yeah, I think
He's
that
been
was.
playing passive all
Yeah, say
night.
you're good on the internet now. People don't
Yeah, I think he put himself in a spot where he was agonizing because he confused himself with that line. And yeah, it is an Oscar. I was just messing with you, obviously. An Oscar if it's cinema, an Emmy if you're on TV,
I'm sorry.
a Tony if you're in the theater.
It's obviously Hollywood. Obviously,
yeah. It's the card.
Looks like we have a dealer change bomb pot coming up.
Yeah, that's quite a mic drop from Jesse there. Like, we just had all sorts of fireworks all the way.
Yeah, we got it, 5 out of 10 Google accounts.
Back to a little F1 talk about before we got distracted by all that poker. Yeah, like if Red Bull could just get their cars to the end of the race, I wonder if they ran out of gas and they're too embarrassed to say. Both cars dying with like 2-3 laps to go. Just saying.
you were just trying to give me the tip, Joseph. I know the whole game. I know the whole game.
And
Looks like we have a seat open. Is Fager coming back?
he is coming back per Kristen. Wonderful to see Haas so much better. Punting on the last 2 years clearly has paid off for them. See if McLaren can figure it out. See if Mercedes can figure it out.
I'm locking it down, dude.
Should be a great year.
Can I leave? Am I allowed to leave? What? Oh, shit.
You know what? It's hard to fault overpairs, Poker Monkey. Like a lot of people have a hard time faulting poker overpairs. It's also one of those deals, I think, where maybe he's doing something bizarre with a bluff. The whole hand was just bizarre.
You got the min
From the
raise.
flop onwards, like everything about that was bizarre. As we get the cards dealt out for this $25 PLO bomb pot. 4 cards, 1 board.
Sunglass on. When you see your hand, I really can see the reflection. Yeah.
All right, we're going to see a flop here. Well, we got hearts out, so see if anybody wakes up with hearts. We're still having trouble. They're always having trouble scanning these bomb pots.
Yeah, 4 cards is a
4
lot of cards.
Yeah.
We see Aaron with top pair, top kicker.
What a great hand to start off with in a regular PLO game.
Yeah, like a regular PLO, and we're putting a lot of money in pre. And then we're getting disappointed. Chris is betting 100 with the mystery hand from the hijack. Aaron just folds. He did have a gut shot as well. He just gets it through.
It's usually the opposite. The passive play is usually not in the bomb pots, but like to
Yeah.
speculate because the action changes so much on the next streets.
And Ben Miney joining us in the chat. Wants to see me in an F1 race. I wouldn't fit in one of those cars.
I'd love to see that too.
I would not fit in one of those cars. Wind flying through my hair. You got to wear a helmet in one of those deals.
It's so funny about racing. I'm not a racing fan, but my brother-in-law and my wife are huge racing fans.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did Ming just limp in with ace
He
queen?
did. He did.
I mean, I
Chris raises the queen 10 suited.
wonder if he's trying to be deceptive there, or is that just because he was in bad early position?
He's doing a lot of limp calling. And he now goes for the limp re-raise up to 60. Another small raise.
So I'm sure he does. I mean, I'm just curious to know what his plan is. He definitely knows he's going to get a call. So
Which he just did, and now he's out of position. Ace Queen, a good hand.
Ooh,
And
action,
here's a
action.
chaos flop.
wow.
Both players
Wow.
with top pair. Chris does have a diamond draw.
And Ming has the backdoor nut draw as well, flush draw. So this is going to be Ming should.
Ming checks it over now. Ming was the
That's
three
tricky.
better. Now he
That's
checks it
tricky.
over. I see Chris betting here, knowing
mean-
that he never has to fold. There's no way he's up against a better hand and a better draw.
Equity's almost 50-50 here.
Chris makes it
And
75.
then another small min raise to 150. If I were Chris, I would just.
And Ming clicks it up to 150. What am I seeing here?
It's tough, right? Because they're both so deep stacked, right? At $2,000. I mean, Chris should re-raise this. Because if a diamond comes, he doesn't know it, but he's got to be thinking he's not going to get paid. But in reality, he will. Because
He does flat. Well, I think he's trying to keep Ming's bluffs in. The 6 of hearts, and then Chris never has to fold. That's the beauty of this. And now Ming checks it over again.
Chris has got to be thinking he's good.
Maybe Ming's just bought himself a river here. Does Chris now bet?
I would have loved to see that. Oh, he does check. Oh.
Check, check. 4 spades on the river.
So as long as Ming stays in this, he's gonna win this pot. But Chris has got to be thinking he's good here.
Ming going for some value. 150, about a third pot. Chris is never folding top pair, I don't think.
You know, I think I'd like to see Chris on the flop to re-raise that when he had that equity in.
Yeah, that's weird just because, and what do you get action from?
It's just this hand just played.
Chris is calling because he can beat a bluff. Ming not bluffing.
Still a nice size pot.
Ragnar is ratting me out to bed for messing up the bad beat buzzer beater read. You like that better?
Okay, 2,000. C3's adding 2,000.
So, somebody
It goes back to Ming. If he would have raised that, like check raised it bigger, he would have made a lot more money on that hand. Just a min raise.
Cinnamon was
When I lived in Avon, I would go up the lift and I'd have like an 8-pack of Fireball on me.
Looks like Jason's going to come in.
Every time I get on the lift, it was like a 10.
My early season F1 predictions. I think we get a lot of Ferrari versus Red Bull this year. And I think maybe Mercedes catches up towards the end of the year. But it's not going to be like the past 6-7 years, whatever, where Mercedes just steamrolls everybody. That's done. Every time the rules package changes, you basically just shuffle the cards, and somebody else ends up out front.
Okay, so looks like we saw a min raise again with 6-5 off. Optimize and Dave had the same hand. Nobody hits anything on this flop. Kind of a strange min raise in the worst position there.
So you're going to go big now. And should get it done.
I just saw Optimize say, "You don't have anything, do you?" And he'd be correct.
For those wondering, I can't hear a damn thing from the table.
I can't either. I can read his lips.
Yeah, now that's your best chance here. So if we start talking over the players, apologies. The audio back here, it's always spotty. It's worse than usual tonight.
Yeah, I can hear it.
And that just happens sometimes.
I'll accept.
No straddle from Jason.
Is that alcohol in the backgrounds? Yeah, that's alcohol in the backgrounds. Behind C10.
You can straddle. Oh yeah. Please.
Oh, he does straddle. Oh, you look at his hand, so you see a raise here to 30, kind of a small raise under the gun, effectively.
Suited connector for Faker.
Haven't seen Doug play a lot of hands. Definitely haven't seen him raise. So this is it's a nice little raise. Although I probably would have bet just a little bit more.
Jack 9.
Jack 9 suited. Who doesn't love that?
Dave with a suited ace wheel. Gonna muck it.
Would you have called with the ace 5?
God, no. Against 2 early position raisers, no. You're going to be dominated pretty often.
Almost all the time.
No, Ragnar, I'm not calling out Kristen. It's just how this equipment is sometimes. She is blameless. King 10-3, lots of clubs that nobody has. But what people do have are draws or backdoors. Doug does have the gut shot that he's probably not loving that much.
Looks like he checks.
There's another club. Yeah, Faker just blows on it, and that ends it. Yeah, right. I'm not talking about the audio that you guys can hear as you're watching. I'm talking about what I'm hearing in my headset. It is very much possible that your audio is great watching in YouTube lands, but I'm not in YouTube lands. I'm in headset lands.
I hear whispers. That's about it. So.
Dronography 2020 wondering if I'm from New York. Yes, I'm New York. I'm from New York, hence the New York Knit. I am from New York. Sometimes I'm the New York Knit. Sometimes I'm the Long Island Lag.
What does lag stand for?
Who's aggressive? Mike tried to rebrand me last year.
You consider yourself a lag?
Sometimes I can be. There's a switch. Like there's the New York Knit position, and then there's the Long Island Lag position. Geo Strut with the $5 super chat. I'm here for the commentating buddy. The players need to pipe down and play. Well, the players are playing, but you know what? I mean, they get to talk to each other. You get to be in the room with these players, and glad you are enjoying the commentary from Dante and myself.
Oh,
or maybe just Dante.
It's all William. This is something we haven't seen a lot of. Optimized 3 betting with 7-8 suited. I like it.
You're going to play out of position. Go for the squeeze.
I would show.
Especially when these guys are playing trash, and they're going to fold.
He did that in the small blind, so it's good to see him mixing it up a little bit. I think there was a comment earlier that I was just being nice about Optimize.
He knows what he's doing.
He's a tough player to play
as far as I can tell.
Played with him a lot.
Poker Monkey wondering why Sippy Cup isn't playing tonight, because he's not. Sorry if you were hoping to see Sippy Cup. Yeah, that is free alcohol dronography. Stephen B. wondering what the biggest cash game hands we've lost or won in one session. I guess asking both about a hand and a session. We should answer that after this hands.
Looks like Chris is going to raise with 9-8. I like it. If you're going to play it, might as well show some aggression there. Mink had limped in with King 5 off. Mink's just looking to play a lot of pots at this point.
He didn't come here to fold. All right, so biggest pot, biggest session.
For me, the biggest session, like what was the profit?
Yeah, I guess that's the question. if you want to answer.
I won 9K once on a 510.
Nice.
As a session, not a pot. I think the largest pot I won was like 7, same session.
Yeah. Biggest session for me would have been a 2-5 game, and like one of these 2-5 games, like one of these TCH 2-5 games. And I won probably about 5K. You know, just win a couple of giant bomb pots and go from there. Again, you've seen me actually win a couple of win and lose my biggest pots on this stream.
I just remember the high hand before you turned over your.
Yeah, that wasn't the biggest one. That wasn't the biggest one, actually.
I was playing that stream with you.
You were there, but that wasn't the biggest one. There was one where I have aces, and I got a full double from J-Win one time where he just wanted to go for it, and I held. Nice. I probably won a slightly bigger one off stream in a bomb pot where I flopped a wrap on both boards and a flush draw on one board, and then the money got in, and I assume he had 2 pair or a set. I got there on both boards. Nut.
I think my biggest, now that I think about it, I think the biggest hands I've had were those bomb pots.
Yeah. And that was probably like a 5,500 6K pot. And of course, I lost a 6K pot on stream once where J-Stack famously said, "I hope you have aces." And then he outflopped my aces.
Oh, the 2 pair?
Yes, he flopped 2 pair against my aces.
I believe I was there as well.
He said, "I hope you have aces."
I think the biggest losses, I mean, I've lost, not really bragging here, but I've lost 5K several times. And I think all my big losses and big wins have always been on the stream for some reason.
Yeah. Are these the biggest games you tend to end up in, the stream games? Like, have you ended up in big games off stream?
I have. At some other clubs, and here, the 2-5 game here is really good. People will have 4 or 5K in front of them every time. And it's, of course, it's still matched the stack there, so.
Jay-Win sliding into the chat. You're welcome for the donation. I'm sure you'll get some back. I mean, I seem to remember you taking a Pokemon off of me at one point. Just saying.
You?
Yeah. Also, Jay-Win hoping that somebody busts because he wants in.
I don't see a lot of Pokemon played anymore.
Yeah, that seems to have died off. I do have a couple still sitting in my car.
I've got about 10 in my bag.
Yeah?
I don't pull them out anymore. I haven't really played a lot lately, so.
Yeah, so biggest tourney cash. Well, if you hands in mob me, you'll see that my biggest one is just a tad under 25K. And that was in 2019. It was a tournament it was a statewide tournament where day 2 was at TCH Houston. And I chopped it holding more than half the chips. And that's my biggest score to date. Hopefully, if you ask me that again in a week, I'm going to have a bigger number to report.
Well, I don't play a lot of tournaments like you do, but my very first tournament was the Venetian Deep Stack, $400, and I came in third with, I had 17,000.
Nice.
Very first tournament, just a couple of years ago. And when I was at the table, I didn't even know about Hind Mob. I Hind Mobbed all the players at the final table with me. You know, $1 million in earnings, 500. I had 0 at that point.
That's a fun activity when you've received the seat draws for day 2 of a tournament. Hands and mobbing everybody who is going to be at your table day 2 and see who's done something.
I only knew that because another player asked me what my name was so he could Hind Mob me, and it had 0 nothing.
This is where you make up a name, I think. Like if you're a crusher,
Daniel
make up a
Negreanu.
name. Or yeah, there's that option as well.
Okay, so looks like we have Ming has a
Ming's got an open ender,
ender.
and nobody else really has anything.
Jason is still in the lead though. I just can't feel very good about 3 overs.
And
Ming's just going to
Ming
take it
gonna
down
take
from
it.
there.
I am hoping I can set a high score this weekend, very much so. I mean, and to top 24K at the stakes I play is pretty hard. Like, you've got to get like into the final table. You got to go like well into the final table.
Top 3.
Yeah,
Top
like something
5.
like that. Like sticking to like 1Ks and below generally. 5K is a different matter. Like a 5K, I could set a high score without finaling, possibly.
That's a big tournament.
So if I'm gonna run good, I'm gonna run good in the 5K where I'm in for $50.
How are you feeling about the WSOP coming up? It's only, what, 2 more months, 3 months?
I saw the post yesterday, 69 days until the WSOP starts. Nice. So just under 10 weeks.
It just flows right through.
I'm looking forward to it. I got some buddies that play out there professionally, if you can call it that.
Yeah.
And so,
Yeah, I don't know what my exact schedule is going to be yet. Certainly, like the first couple weeks, because that's when a lot of the mixed events that I want to play are. And then see what I do in July. There's that mystery bounty that has some appeal. And maybe this is the year I play the main. Ideally, I satellite into the main. But maybe I play the main. I'm going to be 35 in a few weeks. Maybe that's my birthday present to myself.
well, it's
It's an expensive present, though.
yeah, I'm looking to play the main as well, but I want to play a couple of those events early on. The $500 one, the $600, $1,500.
Yeah. And every weekend you'll see a big Hold'em event at the WSOP. And if you look around, like there's other rooms that'll be running series as well. I'm sure Wynn will have something, Venetian will have something. Depending on how far you're willing to venture, like even the Nugget, the Orleans are possibilities.
Well, the Nugget has that big series too.
Like they run a series, Orleans runs something too. They've got a lot of low stakes mixed stuff there for those of you who like mixed games.
They have a 1-2 match the stack.
And the Nugget, the 1-2 match the stack, I've seen that on some vlogs.
Yeah.
Yes, I have 1 card.
Oh, I'm really mainly going for the WSOP for the cash games though.
There you go. That's an option too. Just grind those cash games.
Yeah, but you just put the last card, so technically it's not.
Okay, back to the action. Folds. Doug with the suited ace. He does
Hope you're enjoying this conversation. We just haven't had a lot of action the last few hands. I'm starting to wonder if we've used it all up, but as I say that, we see Frankie putting in the 3-bet with the king-6 of clubs.
I really like this 3-bet, and this should take it down.
Yeah, like, this is going to work. Probably. Doug's going to think, or not
Dave-
Doug, Dave's going to think about it.
He is going to make the call. He's out of position, so he's
Looking over at the stack.
Playing about 3.
maybe he's thinking Frankie getting out a little bit out of line, having position.
That was cool. Does actually have more equity than Frankie. I'm sure that's accounting for some dead cards. And now he flaps top 2, so he has a lot more equity.
He smashes it. You can't. He's not really afraid of a straight.
Dude,
fist.
check it over. Don't lead. Don't lead. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Sometimes when you do dog lead like this, because the board is connected a little bit, you're really just doing this for protection.
But now you've also denied him a chance to bluff.
This is true. But some players, they'll take down the pot right then and there. It's the not knowing that's tough.
Yeah. It's like you've got to be okay with some variance. It's like we're not seeing leads with bluffs. We're seeing them hit the flop. They're like, I lead.
Yeah.
They just get so excited they can't contain their joy.
I'm not saying that Dave did, but some players just play not to lose,
Yeah.
and they'll just take down the pre-flop action.
What's your favorite thing about it? The jack or
Already got that 6-handed.
Doug's really having a rough night tonight. He's not really seeing any cards.
I got you already said that.
75.
We got a raise here from Frankie.
We'll look at that spread thing in just a minute. I'll be around in just a second.
Having trouble seeing the cards from the players.
7 raises 75.
Ace 5 suited. I like the squeeze play. Suited wheel there. Let's just take it down. Dave does lead the chip count with 4,500. I think he only bought in for 1,000.
Not sure.
Not sure either. Let's
Sure, we'll see the cumulative winnings at some point. Just the
So-
thousands.
So Dave's having a great night, so he can't really.
And we see the 10-20 on again.
Doug waking up with pocket fours. He's definitely going to sell. He's not going to call.
And I just let him go.
Ming with a suited ace wheel. Opportunity. This is definitely going to be a raise here. I'd like to see something around 90, 95. He min raises it. You have another min raise. So
This is no
Dave,
one holding
Dave
him.
knows. He knows he got caught with a speculative hand, but he's got to call this, right?
Chris going to defend the straddle, and Dave's going to say, okay, 20 more, that's fine.
Well, it's really worked out for Ming, but I'm not a big fan of the min raising. We've seen that a lot, and this is kind of this
7-4-2,
might be an
Swing
action
with the
flop
steel wheel draw.
with the
and-
nut flush.
Dave with the pair of deuces. But Ming holding the over
I
and
would make this
the
about 40, yeah, $50. That's a good bet. So Chris does have a gut shot, which he's not going to call. I mean, that would be a tough.
and that
is
would
gonna
be
call.
ambitious. But hey, ambition's a thing, and Chris clearly has it. And
So Dave should call.
he's like, I got bottom pair. Let's go.
Dave probably knows he's behind, which he's not actually.
He has the best mate hands at the moment, but he does fold. Now Ming drawing to the steel wheel, but instead he makes top pair.
I don't really
Also
think that
good.
changes anything for Chris.
We're still
What
looking
Chris
for a
needs
5.
is for Ming to get 2 pair.
Yeah. Chris needs a 5 and see if he even gets to the river. I'm going for 125.
I think it's just a fold.
Yeah, you got to let it go now, and he does. I think somebody might have to step out and tell them that this is no limit hold'em. You don't have to.
We have seen some big pots here,
Yeah.
especially early on, but the raising sizes have been a little small.
Yeah.
I'm sure some of these players are going to pick up on that. Double straddle in. We've had a straddle in every hand. Now we're
Almost
starting to
every
see double straddles come through.
Yeah.
20 to go.
Like, I mean, at some point we're going to see a 5-bet go in, and they're going to think it's capped.
It's a limit game.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, this is not 20-40 limit, thankfully.
And you got lucky. I had middle setup.
I have never played. I've never played limit hold'em.
He got lucky.
I've played it in horse rotations, and that's
Yeah.
about it. That's as much as I ever want to play it. That's the game that'll usually get me when I play a horse tournament.
Is the limit?
The limit hold'em.
Well,
I mean, it's
everybody
all
just
limit,
chases.
but like hold'em will be in, like somebody will outflop my overpair.
I don't see clubs. I think he's the only one with the backdoor flush draw there.
Yeah, the pair of threes are the best hands at the moment. Everyone's going to check, and the ace is going to pair.
And I suspect somebody's going to, yep. Jace is recognizing that no one probably has an ace here.
And it went with the best hands. Who cares? Apparently does care, asking, is this a public table anyone can join? Follow the link in the description on this video and fill out the form to express interest in getting on TCH Live, be it here in Austin or up in Dallas. Fill out the form, they'll get in touch with you, and then say of the game there is an alternate list where if players do leave, we'll fill in from there.
Ooh, Ming with ace queen. He just limps in.
Just
10.
limps.
Optimized folds with his suited connectors, and Jason folds.
Okay, so Ming did make it 40.
Oh, he did. I thought he limped in. Like to see a queen on the flop. It looks like Doug outflops him.
Yeah, middle pair for Doug. Got shot for Ming.
Oh, Ming being safe.
And there it is.
But this also improves Doug's hand as well, as he has now an open
He's got the
ender
open
to a pair.
ender, which would be good for a chop.
You meet up with that girl from Bumble the other night?
120. C9 raises to 120.
You notice how Ming raised that? I mean, he min raised it, but it's the way he did it. Now, this has been his, I guess, calling card this whole night, is he's min raising it, and he's almost always had it. But obviously, Doug's not going to fold. He just doesn't know that he's calling for a chop if he hits.
I can talk about your adventures.
A 9 would be devastating for him.
Yeah, 9 gets him in a lot of trouble here. Thankfully for him, it's a 7.
That probably saved him money there. He's probably going to check it over, and we're going to see Ming.
Probably just a check fold for Doug.
Where'd y'all eat dinner?
See how big Ming goes, holding the nuts.
I would make it, try to get some value out of this. He shows
25 gets
the
the
nuts.
fold.
I really think Doug lost the minimum there.
I want to put you all in, you know, but I don't think you'll lose. H comes back, call you all in.
I believe that's like 5 or 6 times that Ming has min raised when he's had it. I
Yeah,
wonder if the players are picking up on that, especially since he showed that ace queen. So he had the nuts there and he min raised it when he got it.
You need that power.
that said, Ming's still up 4 figures.
Giving all your power.
And Dave up
I guess it's
a lot.
They're having a great night.
Yes, absolutely.
Lando 10 straddle now. 520.
It's nice to hit a set.
Nice to hit a set. Nice to hit a straight. Nice to hit everything.
So we have a raise to 40. Was it? I don't see 10. 2, 5.
So Ming actually raises it. Well, he raised last time, didn't he? Gets the quick 3-bet from Faker with the ace-jack. And gets no action. Rena giving us the college basketball updates. Please don't tell me Gonzaga's losing. That'll kill my bracket.
Double straddles on again. 920.
Double straddles out. So what do you thought about Ming folding that 10-7? I know he was out of position, but you know, as a player, I know that when you go into a hand and when you're raising, you have a plan, right? So
Yeah,
typically,
I
if I'm
can fold
raising,
10-7.
then I don't really raise it. He was out of position, so he decided to make a raise there.
Yeah, it was a little white to be raising, but the Oregon raise, that's definitely a raise fold.
I mean, none of them would actually watch this poker stream.
What was that? What did you? I don't think it's working.
Looks like we have some really good players in the bullpen here.
Yeah, just hearing chatter about who the alternates might be. We'll see if we get to them, though.
We're gonna drop.
We'll leave that as a surprise. Look at that Steam Tola, number 1 for Ming. The 8 of spades, 8 of hearts.
It'd be nice to see the sizing here. Hopefully it's not 20. So 40.
Makes it 40. That's the size he's been going with lately. Not 80 because he has 8s.
88.
As much as I would love to.
So everybody just fold.
40 is like
Looks like.
that's actually what I play mostly, but
It's a winner.
yeah.
Ming does have the highest VPIP. He's playing a lot of hands.
He's playing
Surprisingly,
almost half of
Jason
them.
is the lowest VPIP. That's something I wouldn't have expected. He's just not getting the cards.
Not yet.
That's a proceed.
The night is young, though.
Yeah, we still have like a whole half a show left to do.
Conversations landed on your moonlighting as a poker pro.
Ming decides not to straddle.
Ragnar hoping to bring in Carolyn and her 70% VPIP. I don't think she's on that list, unfortunately.
I did see her
You have seen her around.
here, yeah, today.
Not on the list. Confirmation from Kristen.
So Optimize is going to 3-bet this in early position.
Yeah, 65 with the ace queen. Probably trying to get Ming to himself. Faker, though, with the ace jack. Going to put in the 4-bet.
It's going to put a lot of pressure on Optimize. He knows if he gets re-raised, he's no good. Even if he gets called, he can't feel very comfortable with the ace-jack suited. It's not a big raise either, so
I don't think fold is one of the choices here.
no. I would think a raise.
Yeah, do you go for the 5 here
I'm down with everybody.
against this against the player in position? Do you go for the 5? He folds. Oh, Faker's aggression will do the job.
And those guys have played together a lot, so Faker can be a very aggressive player. For me, that would have been just at least a call.
One shot.
Yeah,
Just one.
perhaps even a 5-bet against an aggressive player.
Against a few of these players at the table, yeah, a 5-bet might have been in order. But he only lost $65 at him, and he's
It's just one bloody
moving
shot.
on.
It won't hurt you, mate.
If he is trying to play balanced, he will want to have a few bluffs. Like a 5-bet can't only be aces and kings if you want to be, quote, balanced.
I did like his 8-7 of clubs bet that he
Yeah.
had earlier. But in that situation, he had position. Here, he was first to act. He was out of position against the 3-better, so that might have been just a tougher.
7 raises to 35.
With one card. 25?
Yeah, and you they're like, hey, can I have the burn cards?
Frankie raises it to 35.
Replay.
10, 8
Wow.
deuce,
Okay,
couple
so
of clubs is going to be
flops
top
top
2 for
two.
Frankie.
Very disguised, right? Because no one's going to put him on that hand. But unfortunately, no one else really has anything. Ming does have effectively 3rd pair.
Optimize with middle pair.
Optimized with middle pair.
Don't think he's going to go very far with middle pair, no kicker, though.
He
Frankie
might
made it 65. Ming gets out of the way.
probably would call this because he does have some backdoor.
Backdoor spades.
Yep.
And he will
Let's
go
see
to
an
the
8
turn.
or 5.
Or an ace of clubs to kill the action.
This is definitely going to kill the action. This might have been a nice spot for Optimize to bet here. See if he can get him off. Just to mix in some bluffs there. Optimize correctly lays down, but I would have loved to see just a donk lead out. This is one of those times where you donk lead when that club gets there. It may not have worked, but at least you're changing it up a little bit. Not always betting with the reversal nuts.
Generating interest in a.
Oh, he's in. He seems like an in type of guy. You're an out guy? Oh, man. That's a letdown.
And we go to another hand.
Thursday night start my weekend. I'm very
Watching TCH live. Our Thursday 2-5 game from Texas Card House in Austin, Texas. I'm William Lahti, aka the New York Net. With you, I've got Dante with me. We've got Chris pressing the buttons.
I was
And
gonna say, wait, you didn't look. I was like, you
who's that dealing? Is that Chris dealing? That is Chris dealing. That is right.
He owes us a 20 straddle after that one.
Chris pitching the cards. And
Dave again wakes up with a nice hand there. This will definitely be a 3-bet. I'd like to see something around 150.
I can't see
You
him.
just need one caller, really.
I don't know. No, I'm not. That's exactly right.
135.
I can't see him.
Callers for that.
I was good around before. What do we have, 4? I'm younger than him.
I mean, there are certain players at the table that if they're 3-betting,
how about a player holding ace jack? You think he goes along? He does not. Dave has been doing a lot of limping. Maybe they're thinking he raised. He must have it.
vodka. I'm not shooting vodka.
Chris with the king-9 offsuit.
and they would be right.
Just going to get out of there.
You know, I think people are recognizing some tendencies there, and I wouldn't have shown, but people are recognizing some tendencies there, and really just picking up on some of that pre-flop action. Betting patterns. I think that's the biggest tell. People talk about tells and stuff like that. Betting patterns and how people bet, for me, is the biggest tell. I'm not always right, but
This guy always limps. Now he raises.
yeah. So,
Or this guy just raised and we blasted free. He must have 10s. Or jacks or ace king.
yeah, we have a double straddle here.
Welcome to Texas.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
No triple straddle from Doug,
Yeah. Cheers to your
Cheers to him.
president, May.
but he is going to.
Cheers to Doug.
Bumble. Fuck you.
Is that 80?
I don't think he's looked yet.
Some
He has king
libations
queen.
here.
I don't know if he actually looked or not, but he has king queen. I'm sure he's
Under the
happy
gun,
to see
king
it.
queen offsuit is not.
Yeah, it's dicey.
me,
Offsuit is
yeah.
dicey.
For me, it's not really a candidate to even call the straddle.
Like especially playing this deep. But you know what? If you're going to put money in blinds, king queen's not a bad
Well,
hand.
then that's different. I just think you just have so many more opportunities, better opportunities in position than that. But you know, what do you do if you get raised there?
Depends on who's doing the raising.
That's true. Well, if you
Like,
get
if
mid-raised
it's
by Ming,
optimized,
then you fold.
if it's optimized, I'm out of there.
If it's Dave, I'm out of there.
Like if it's Faker or Ming,
Or now Frankie's showing a
and Ming calls with
tendencies.
the Jack 3. King Queen's still good on this 10-7-5 rainbow.
What are you, Amish, bro? We want to talk. You guys sports it?
Check, check. 4 of clubs will not change anything. Check, check.
My wife really liked it.
And top pair for Doug on the river.
You really like my
Fun
wife.
guy, takes shots, you know.
Expecting a check. I know Doug makes
He
it
does.
200.
He makes it 200. The hand kind of played itself. That queen.
Yeah, and let's see. I'm gonna try that gamble. Maybe if I gamble, it'll get things going for everybody again. Actually, being on the right side of the coin.
There's merit to everything.
But yeah, Streamlabs definitely running cold tonight. Hey, 74.
You said you do 5 poker trips a year?
All right, so it looks like we have. He just calls the initial
What's your favorite one?
straddle.
Where's your favorite place to play?
Doug should raise this. He's got his queen 10 suited. I should make it
Yeah. Good
90, something like that. He's going to go a little more than that, looks like. Oh, I can't.
The hotel's actually, I think,
Over 100.
125.
the music's always great.
He's just
It's
happy
130.
to take the pot down now. 'Cause
Yeah, this should end it.
This is a little trashy though at times.
You can squeeze pretty liberally when you have such loose opens and calls happening.
It was so awful.
Let's take another look at the VPIPs. Jason's still below the Lahti line at 14%.
Or pocket jacks, or somehow suited ace queen. I will.
I have never seen that from Jason
How
before.
do you like 4 by this? Jack
Surprising.
Jack
Take this moment to remind you all about one of our promos going on at TCH Austin this month, the quads of the day. Today it's quad jacks. Get them with pocket pair, and you win some money. TexasCardhouse.com for complete rules there. That's going on this March at TCH
Where do
Austin.
you usually play there?
We see a lip from Dave with the Queen 9 suited.
I've never played there actually, but I've heard great
He's
things.
just looking to see a flop here, but
Jason's
not
not
going to
going
be
to let
able
him.
to.
For sure.
That's good sizing on the $10 straddle. Makes it to 60.
Early morning game or like come back at 3 a.m. and play for an hour before bed.
We played our resourceful.
Only 50 more to go.
Dave wants to play.
His body language though is
He's saying, I don't have it.
so.
And now he really
he's so
doesn't have it on
dejected.
Ace King 5. Jason with all of it, Dave with none of it.
Maybe only 12. The wins is 15. I think it's 12.
What's great about
And-
Jason's play is
Borgata used to be
he bets the same way, the same action, the same tempo if he has it or doesn't have it. It makes it really challenging for other players to pick up any type of tendencies.
I feel like
That's C-bet easily getting through.
like they want to play deeper and they want to like kind of maneuver rather than the way it used to be. It's mandatory.
It's off and on. I went there towards the beginning when it was
Peer pressure, man.
We won't
Respect you. We won't stop talking about
See over
There was
300 of you
4 or 5
watching,
cap like
and I
it's
see
like
85 likes. Let's improve on that number. Let's please get to 100 likes within the next 15 minutes. How about that? Totally free for you guys to do. You just press that like button on YouTube, the thumb up. Tell the algorithms that you enjoy this, and then they'll show this to more people. And then we have a more active chat too. We get to make some new friends.
great. 4 card mostly? I prefer 4.
Dave showing his neighbor his cards.
5 is good, but I think 4 is a little.
Dave's got a flush draw.
Back 7 deuce does give Dave the heart draw.
That's perfect. And that's how it gets apart.
We do have Chris leading out here. I believe he is a pre-flop aggressor.
I've heard that.
Dave calls and 7 of spades on the turn. Bunch of chop outs now.
Austin knows sometimes.
Pair the jack or the deuce. They'll be chopping. Instead of the 4 of diamonds, and
I mean,
Queen 10
5 games here.
is going to pip Dave.
Imagine 5, 5, 10. Yeah, bigger than that.
You guys playing a PLO or just no?
I'll play for the game, but I generally stick to
This hand was really lost on the flop with the flush draw. Dave should have maybe been a little bit more aggressive and gotten Chris off this.
A raise ends it right then and there.
Yeah.
Instead, he gets to the river with no showdown value. And now he does decide to go for the raise. He must have read your minds in the past.
I mean, it's going to work. It's going to
Yes,
work
this
for
is
sure.
going to work. Chris has queen 10 high.
He's representing a 7 at least. 7, 8, something like that.
Like
I like
Chris,
the play by Dave. It's not.
like Chris loses to busted heart draws is his problem. He can't even bluff catch.
Yeah, he doesn't even barely beats that. Even if he thinks Dave's bluffing, he could be bluffing with the best hand.
Yeah,
That's the bad part.
and he
about
does
that.
fold.
So it was a great move. That might have worked better if he did that on the flop, because with the jack he's calling.
Well, if the jack, if
Yeah,
the jack
no.
pairs, they chop.
Well, I'm saying if he had a jack, he would have called that $200.
Yeah.
Because I showed him.
I'd like to see Aaron wake up with a nice hand here.
Yeah, it's benefits for him.
He's been a little rough. He's been just coolered and
Went for the aggression at the
yeah,
wrong
just went
time.
for the
Does
against the
happen
right
sometimes.
players sometimes, right? So
Yeah, sometimes you you go for it and you get snapped by the nuts. I've bluffed into quads before. I'm sure some people would be shocked at just the first two words, like I've bluffed.
I've seen you bluff.
Have you
It's
watched
not-
enough
it's-
of these shows? You do see me bluff.
Faker looking to bounce back here. He's had a rough kind of start. He's already down almost 3K.
2, 5, 10, live.
You played with all these guys before, have you? Is there anybody you
I
haven't
play
played
with some of these guys. I'm not that I'm the best at remembering faces, but I've played with most of these players for sure.
You can move it over.
All right, the double straddle is on. Ming limps in. Not sure what the cards are yet. Come up. We've got another limp. Doug should see this opportunity for a squeeze if he's going to play at all. Queen Jack for Ming.
Looks like we did get a raise from the button. Tuck with the sixes made it 40. A bit small given that there were two limps.
Yeah, I would like to see about $60. I mean,
Nobody's
really
folding
pricing
for this
people
price.
in. Yeah.
No chance he's doing anything I'm saying.
You like going out like.
3 raises to 210.
Sopranos episode coming
Because
up.
I get to you and your whole
Oh,
family do
we
a
have a
real
free
nice
bet
boat
from
ride.
8-5 from Chris. With
Oh,
8-5.
back raise
That shit I was talking
up to
does
210,
scream.
and this will probably work.
If me would just think about it, right?
Weather, sports,
Chris limps in
politics, religion.
almost under the gun, right? So what does the back raise tell you? It doesn't really say he has a big pair.
Being called with the best hands, I'll give him credit.
Oh,
And he's
and
going
he
to flop the open ender, and Chris is going to flop a club draw, so this could be fun.
This is definitely going to be fun. Ming also has the backdoor diamonds, too.
We'll do sign language.
Ming will definitely have to see bet after check raising.
Check, check.
Oh, and he gets
The
there.
clubs
Just think
get
if he would have
there.
bet that flop.
Down, like just reading his line.
Chris has to bet here because his opponent could have a higher club in his hand.
He checks it over to him.
And he just wants to get to the river.
So how was she that night?
That was real good.
Ain't feeling less great about his outs. I'm sure the thinking that a club won't be good for him.
I think we found
So
the
6
perfect
queen outs. Of course, we know he's dead.
As long as you don't move
I
your
mean,
mouse,
I would think almost if Chris bets
you
this,
can say anything you want.
depending on the amount. Oh, it's $200.
He just lets it go.
You're not even calling to. I mean, you already could be dead there at that point. You definitely don't want to see another club like the queen or jack or 9. All those clubs just kills the equity for me. Optimize for the double straddle.
Come on, do it, do it. There
All
we
right,
go.
Okay, Jason, you can triple straddle this.
Come on, 40's
Come on,
up,
do it.
open, 40's open. Now let's give him a hand so he regrets not straddling.
Let's see some pocket aces here.
Yeah. Also, I just feel like tanks are like pretty dead.
Or not.
10-5. Makes sense. Faker.
Oh, yeah, I had the flush. Oh, the last
Very optimistic with the king 8. He's going to raise it to 75.
what? Yeah, I mean, that flush doesn't make me.
Faker's another player. He's and by the way, I was playing with him earlier, and I just learned his real name. I've
Yeah.
been calling him Faker for 6 months. But he's tough to play against because he's another player that'll do this with any hand.
Yeah, he'll put you in tough spots.
Oh, okay, okay, yeah. Okay. Oh, I didn't see that one. Yeah.
Now that it's a splash,
Oh, pay attention.
Yeah.
And Faker's raise going to get it through.
I mean, if that cloud comes to the turn,
Yeah, like there's definitely players who will put you in those spots. And that's another thing. Like I'll go out to tournaments and it's like there's a few like really aggressive regs that I'll be familiar with, where it's like, okay, I guess I'm calling off 25 bigs with 7s.
I know what you mean.
I was right. He won the flip, but I was right. But he won the flip, sadly.
that's pretty good draw.
At least you got a second card.
Phaeton, that's great to see you in the chat.
three raises to 90.
Faker.
Okay.
Speaking of 7s, Faker has 7s and he raises to 30. Chris 3-bets him with queen 2 suited. Makes it a relatively small 3-bet. So that's really not going to get anybody to, or get Faker to fold there.
The 7's
Call,
going
you're gonna see
nowhere.
a flop.
How about some clubs?
How about a flush draw?
And
Third nut flush draw for.
Faker doesn't like 4th pair either, so
Yeah, this
C-bet
is probably
should.
just going to be a fold here.
C-bet will do it.
All right, that was just practice. The real deal is here. There we go.
If you're going to say stupid stuff in the chat, I'm going to put you in timeout. Just saying.
Just got faded yesterday? You get faded up yesterday?
One individual seemed to think that we were 60. I'm not 60. I'm nowhere close to 60.
Someone in the chat said everybody's just waiting to trap optimize.
Good luck with that.
That's that.
He's so slippery, he'll
He's-
get out of it.
He's not going to call anything unless he's got it.
But if you think it's boring, I mean, watch the first hour again. The first hour was pretty nuts. And we've got Sal in the box now. We see the S spread as usual. And we've got a 25 kilo bomb pot on the way here.
So what do you identify your name as?
Take this moment to remind you of a couple more promos going on. There's the early bird and the late bird, I think they call them, where you get discounts if you check in early. If you check out super late, you can see those details at texascardhouse.com.
All right. Bomb pot time.
Also, ladies' night, ladies play half off every Friday
But I mean, it doesn't register lots of stuff. I don't know why you can't just do
here
it.
at TCH Austin.
Yeah, production.
3 tournaments a week. The Wednesday free roll, first place guaranteed 1,000. Friday PLO free roll, same guarantee. Saturday 3,000. It's the first place in the second chance tournament. 1 re-entry or 1 add-on.
Let's see who's got the 8-9 or the spades here. Oh, we have
7-6-5.
9-10. That's just as good almost.
Gut shot and a 10 high spade
Anybody
draw.
have an 8?
Overpair for optimize. Top 2 and a gut shot for Jason.
This could be action.
It's checked over to Chris.
Baker has Ning has a nice hand, right? Because he has an open ender effectively, right? 2, 3, 4. Or he gets a 4 and 8 for a straight. Although we can't feel good about it.
And you don't want to make the bottom ends of that. So Doug made it 150 with a mystery hand. 10, 8, 5, 5. So he's got bottom set, and he's got an open ender.
He's got an open ender himself.
And Jason with top 2 and a gut shot. Gonna just fold.
Yeah, some bullshit.
Looks like everybody
I mean,
folds.
it's gotten to where I think we're getting afraid of our own shadows in these bomb pots.
Yeah, it is a little unusual.
I would have
I
expected
would
the
think
top
the
2 to
set-
continue.
The set would continue, right? Because top 2,
I'm surprised the set bet it. Like that's bottom set on a pretty wet board.
that's why it's hard to get money from Optimize.
Yeah.
What is it if it gets the mid?
No, you're good, Fig Nuts. You didn't say anything dumb. I'm not putting you in timeout. I'm putting somebody else in timeout for saying.
I know, we have him.
We got the
E.
double shot.
McKenzie. E. McKenzie in the chat. Uh-oh, this stream may not be long-lived. like this might be it, guys. E has shown up.
You know, have you watched some of his YouTube?
Yes, I've
I
seen
love
E's
them. They're
vlog.
very,
Yeah,
very good. A little different than other people.
but you know, you got to bring your own twist to
I
it.
like it.
You,
I
you
love
can't
it,
just
yeah.
do the same as everyone else. You got to be you.
And a really good player, really tough player to play against. I've had an opportunity to play with him.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing for sure. We've seen him on this program in the past.
I remember on the stream, it was like 6 months ago, I caught him in a bluff. And that, for me, was that was the greatest feeling in the world.
Yeah.
Chris raises. Chris has done a lot of raising. I think he leads in pre-flop raising.
I would believe that.
Yeah.
And look
And he
at that. The
nails
first
it.
2 cards we see give him 2 pair. That's nice. I don't know what Frankie has yet.
Yeah, you definitely gotta bet that no one's gonna put you on that 2 pair.
130 from Chris. Faker with bottom pair and backdoor clubs. And a desire to see a turn. And another 5. I think Faker's going to be in some
Faker's
trouble
going
here.
to. He's probably thinking, well, that's the card I was looking for.
Trip 5s for Faker, but Chris's 5s have a 6 to go with them. 5's full for Chris. Faker checks it over again.
So he's going to need an ace or an 8.
And the ace is only good for a chop.
He might even be thinking a 6 would help.
Faker's probably thinking, you know what, I'm beating an ace. This is nice. We're going to see Chris go for 280, it looks like, and
if you're Faker, you can't put your opponent on the. You have a blocker to the 5.
like,
You
how
can't-
big do you raise if you're Faker? Because
You're
Faker's going to
definitely
raise.
raising here. You're looking to recover. You're already down a little bit, or you're down a lot. So you're looking to get stacks in here, and that's exactly what he's
And
thinking.
I
Looks
think
like
that's going to be the
700?
outcome. This
like
looks like
700.
this looks like 725 if I had a guess. 725.
Not a big raise. This is going to get an opportunity to get all the stacks in here for Chris.
SPR is going to be like a third if Chris would just hypothetically call. But I think it just goes in here.
And seeing how Faker only has about 750 behind.
Or you know what? Maybe like you are in position. Just call and let Faker bluff it off or overvalue it off.
Either
Like you're
way,
gonna
the
have no
stacks
problem
are
getting
good.
it in on the river. Chris is gonna take a good look at that bottom boat. If we were in a bomb pot, I'd be scared of bottom boat.
Oh, he just
He's just
moved
gonna
calls.
flat, set the trap.
And I suspect Faker, no matter what the river is going to jam here.
That queen of spades should be safe. Doesn't change anything. Faker goes all in, and he gets snapped. And Faker's going to say, I've got a 5. And Chris is going to say, I got a 5.
That's a
And
tough
my
one.
5's better.
That's a tough one. I mean, it is the river, and he's got a lot of money in the pot already. But when he gets called 700, I mean, what does it? You know, again, it kind of goes back to what is his plan? I mean, is he putting him on just like the big ace?
That's a possibility. I mean, trips. So here's the thing. This is what you get into when you play 8-5, right? These are the spots you get into sometimes, where like you make your trips, and you get a lot of action, and your trips with a crappy kicker are not good.
Dude, he's been fucking pretty still since y'all talked.
The other player has cards too.
Yeah.
And they're not just throwing money away. So I mean,
Dougie, no, that's not true, Dougie.
Yeah.
Don't do any fucking foolish now.
E. McKenzie's saying he doesn't bluff anymore. He doesn't ever bluff anymore. Good to know. Noted.
well, that was 6 months ago.
Yeah, he bluffed me on stream 6 months ago.
I remember that. I think that was the same. I'm not sure, but I remember
Maybe.
that stream too.
But then I coolered him and got my money back, so it was fine. But yeah, it was one of those things where I was at the bottom of my range when I made the GTO fold, and he was bluffing, and he's going to bluff sometimes, and that's fine. But I had basically the worst hands I get to the river with. It was still like a one-pair hand, but it was the worst hand I was going to get to the river with the way the hand played.
Well, you had like
As I
eights or something?
folded. I forget exactly, or it
Something
might
like-
have been
I
like a
remember that.
misdraw or a pair or something, and he turns it over. It's like, okay.
I remember a hand where he multi-way. He got pre-flop. He got me off of ace king off. He was looking at my Apple Watch. My heartbeat was up to 130.
Yeah, I got to be careful with those smart devices.
But he doesn't know that I had AFib back then, so.
Did Ace Queen really just fold pre? That is what it appears. It does appear that Frankie got a 3-bet through where Doug had Ace Queen and he folded to a 3-bet. And, okay. It's hard to get somebody off of Ace Queen, but we've just seen it done.
The weather's warming up.
Jacob, I don't know what you want to hear. I mean, we have action. Like, this is an action game. And I hope this is enough action for you.
I'll have withdrawals for the next month or two.
We have some really big stacks on the table for 2-5. We have almost 6,000 from Chris. I think he's leading the way there after that last pot. Looks like
I mean,
Faker's going to call it a night. I know we have a big list to fill that seat, so I'm excited to see who else comes.
we just had Trips versus Boat. Is that not enough action?
We had an all-in on that, too.
And we have Ace King. We have Ace King for Ming.
I do not want to see a $20 raise.
Well, good news. You're going to see a $10 win. You got what you wanted.
Okay, all right.
And Chris with the ace is going to
He
raise.
got what he wanted. Ace King.
I'm sure he's going to put in a back
80.
raise.
Well, he's definitely going to raise. He got exactly what he wanted.
Yes, you're invited.
You can choose
He
to
just-
the dealer, take a drop.
He's just
raised.
flatting with Ace King.
No, he
Well,
min raised.
is that a min raise?
That's
Okay,
$80.
that is a min raise.
From time to time, I'll see you on play.
He even fooled production like they initially had of this call, but he made it 80. He just clicked it.
Ace King 8 would be a great flop.
Yes, please. Sign me up.
All cash with Morgan House. No turn, no timers, no nothing.
And Sal gives us 6-5 deuce.
Well,
Eight's still ahead.
Ming really can't represent that flop unless he has a big overpair. So, ooh,
How about a set? How about a set for Chris? But
Chris
Ming
should
could
just-
certainly tell the story that he has a pair.
I think that bet's just a little too big for Ming to continue. For anybody to continue,
Goes full pot.
I would like to see like a maybe a 30% bet on that. You can also induce a bluff with a smaller bet as well, because it looks like he's just trying to take it down. So there's no way Ming's calling here. Oh,
Once
I'm
he
wrong.
does,
What do
he
I
can beat a bluff. Here's the thing: if I'm gonna try and bluff catch, though, I don't want the ace of hearts.
This is
And
a
now
bad
Ming's gonna get
card
himself
for
in
Ming.
trouble.
Bad card for Ming.
This is where Ming is going to have to pay Chris some more money because Ming has just made top pair.
What if Chris recognizes that ace hits his range a lot
And
more?
he does that, he checks, and now Ming is going to put out a bet. 125, he goes tiny. And
I would make his bet bigger here. Chris
yeah.
has got a bet
I'm going to punish him here. I'm going to go like 500, yeah.
Yeah, 500 is a perfect bet. You could even go a little more, make it over pot, 650. Because this ace definitely helps Ming, and he's got to recognize that spot. And if you're Ming and you see this raise, he raised 725. That might be just a tad too much.
Yeah, we'll see if maybe he's decided that Ming has a hard time letting go of top pair type hoping.
Kind of go back to the.
And Chris has probably thought, well, you know what? If Ming was on a heart draw, he just made top pair. If he was on nut hearts. Going back to what you'd said.
Ming's got to know this is never a bluff. Like you said a minute ago, he holds the ace of hearts, so takes the hard draw out.
Only 200 chips there.
And he's really thinking about this.
He's-
It does kind of look like it's a bluff.
He's just
overbet
he's
little
just
bit.
had South spread the pot. I think he's trying to compute his odds. So you can have the dealer spread the pot, but
Can't talk. You can't say what it is.
the only time he can tell you what the pot is if it's a pot limit game, which this is not. This is a no limit game.
I love that check by Chris on the river. Yeah.
Ming flicks it
It
in,
looks like a bluff. That's why. So.
and he's going to see the eights.
No, I thought it was well played by Chris. That's it.
Yeah, he got
Really
about as
nothing
much
to
as
be
he could.
afraid of, right? 4-7's not there.
Yeah, Ming's not back raising anything that connects with that board.
So, and he recognized that spot. And he recognized that ace is going to help Ming a lot, almost 100% of the time. So.
I see Carlo, the chat pro, in the chat.
That was a set, but
Chat pro on the job.
I don't feel like you got your set on the flop, you know.
Great to see
but
you
got
there.
Set on the turn. Okay, I take it.
Gonzaga lost. Okay, my my bracket is now shot.
I did. I watched him walk
Bummer.
that way. But I think he said he was done.
I had Gonzaga going all the way. Moment of silence for my bracket and all the other brackets in the chat that had Gonzaga, I'm sure.
This is the first year. Actually, it's 2 years in a row that I have not done.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a just for fun bracket, but still, I want to win. If you put me in a game, I'm going to try and win the game because that's just how I'm wired. Even if there's no money.
Yeah, I'm very, very competitive as well. Chris is by far the chip leader now. I think he has over 7, somewhere around that neighborhood. And we have a new player.
We will see who it is
I think it's
momentarily.
Jeff.
This is who y'all were talking about?
We'll know for sure as soon as that camera pans over his way.
We've had an opportunity to play with him a lot. Another very, very solid player.
Optimized with the suited king and the cutoff, going to open it up. Makes it 20. Chris with the TJ Cloutier there, Jack 9 of clubs. I only learned what that was last year. I met him.
You met
I met him at Choctaw. And, yeah, I learned the story there where, like, he flopped a couple of straight flushes with that hand, like it was clubs specifically. And look at that, a combo draw.
Wow. And Chris
He's got the
also
gut shot
has-
and the club draw, and Doug's got a club draw. And Optimize has top pair.
He's got
You can see some
two
money
pair. Optimize has 2 pair.
Yeah,
so
top
this-
and bottom, that's right.
So
That
this
is
could be
2 pair.
juicy with a backdoor flush draw. So
And Chris with the combo draw is going to go for the check raise. And now Doug doesn't like
cannot
those
call
clubs
this.
as much, and he's going to say, Well, yeah, he is going to fold. I think he was just sharing with a friend.
So what do you do here if you're Blake? If you're optimized?
Just call. Keep his bluffs in. How to keep those bluffs
You
in.
block top two there.
Yeah.
You got to be thinking he has exactly what he has. But he raises, which I'm not.
Yeah, you
That's
know,
not
a
bad
combo
either.
draw, like a combo draw could end up getting it in.
So
We
a
go to
flush draw is going to call
325.
his raise no matter what. So
And pot goes up to a little over 700 if Chris just flats, and then stacks of pot's about 2.5 going forward.
so if he calls, I can see the stacks getting in here. Depending.
Like glimmer in your eye. When you take back the reach.
He does just call. Deuce of diamonds is a dull turn.
So optimize is going to like that. This is the problem playing Jack 9 out of position.
No one's watching.
You know, it's tough to go from here. Optimize is picking up on that.
Makes it 425. Chris's equity calculation, I believe, is accounting for the dead cards.
Yeah,
But the thing is, like, as you're playing at the table, you don't know about those dead cards. Like, he thinks this is actually a lot closer.
so it's 400 to win 1100. So
In Texas, it's probably not out of the realm of possibility.
Probably
It's probably not
1,500
in
total. And then when you
Not
get
in Austin,
there,
but if, like,
you
go for it,
may
like,
get
course,
the rest
he's
of those
right
chips,
there.
too.
he's right there. So
Like, it'll be a pot-sized bet left behind on the
you
river.
can Get the cooler bags on the side of the horse, too.
looks like he's going to make the call.
I'm just calling here. If you raise, you're only getting action from a better hand. Like, I don't think there's a lot of worse hands that are going to fold on this board.
I agree.
Or a lot of better hands that are going to fold on this board. You all know what I meant.
Unless optimize really puts him on exactly what he has. A flush draw. He's a little stronger than a flush draw. He's got the combo. He's got the.
Yeah, he does have the gutter as well. And Chris does call. Let's see a river. Chris needs a 10 or a club, and he gets a club. But
Now he has-
Optimize gets counterfeit. Optimize has 3 pair now, so he
Optimize
probably gets off the
knows.
hook here. Not only does the obvious draw come in, he is no longer playing kings and threes. He's playing kings and queens with a 3.
So Chris is not gonna doesn't really like that the double board the pair on the board. So I don't really see him leading out here. And then of course I think Optimizer's just gonna check it down with him. Yeah, I'm wrong.
Chris is going
Goes all in.
to shove, and Optimize is going to fold. And, I mean, Optimize was just checking back river anyway, so take your shot.
How are you feeling about that shove? I mean, that's just
Well, I mean, King Queen's going to snap you. Here's the thing, though. Like
flush
the
is
better
gonna
hands.
snap you.
Well, if the flush, if it's a better flush, like it was getting in anyway. Like you're never folding the Jack High flush, right? That's second flush. So I mean, he either has a flush and he's calling. Or he has a King Queen and he's calling.
I think another point is Optimize only had
Flush or both?
1,300 left, something like that.
Yeah, that was a pot size shove.
That's so.
Because remember,
gonna
guys,
lose more than that.
remember it is the shorter stack that's the effective stack. It's the shorter stack that dictates how much money can go in. But imagine, I don't see Optimize ever having just the queen, though. I don't see him ever having just trips. Like ace queen or something. And I don't think he's 3-betting flop that way.
No, he's kind of
So
Two
never
pair,
mind
although-
what I was going to say about just trips.
Adding 1,500 to a stack. 3 and 4.
You didn't even think about it. You just snap fold.
Jacob wondering where we are. We are in Austin, Texas. You can look us up on the internet, texascardhouse.com, or find us on Google Maps. We're at 183 in Anderson Mill. And Dave with the ace-10 of spades.
good to see him raising that. That's a raising hand right there, especially. Is he the button?
Dave is the big blind.
Big blind.
Call
Okay.
the initial 20, and then they all call. Oh, yeah, so he calls, that's 6
I mean, he gets
So
two callers.
Dave called 15, and then
Oh.
there's a raise. These graphics are behind.
I was about to say, God, I thought he raised that.
all the way through folded 4, then seat 6 called the last 20, and then raised to 100.
So Aaron also has a hand too, but we don't see there it is. Right, queen nine. So he folded queen nine, but you see the cards in front of him.
Yeah, this is 3 ways to a flop.
And if it's queen nine hit, so
Queen 6-4 rainbow flop. We do see a diamond and a spade, and hopefully these get right.
although Dave is behind, I would like to see a continuation bet there to rep the queen. Again, pre-flop raiser, that queen probably hits him more.
Sorry, 7 bets to 150.
But we have Frankie leading out for 150 with a couple of backdoor.
And Aaron's called.
Chris had the fucking queen. Come on. We all
Aaron probably doesn't like his kicker.
He folds. And the king shouldn't change anything, at least for Frankie's exact holding, though his backdoor doesn't come in. Aaron, we think he had queen 9, you said?
Yes,
So
queen nine off.
that isn't over.
So he's going to continue here after a donk leading on the flop. He makes it pretty chunky, and yeah, it's just going to get a fold. You can't really call that with your 9 kicker. Yeah, I don't know how much. Maybe like $300.
Russian will do it.
Best he had.
Up next with an interesting question. How much a year do you have to make to be playing at this level comfortably? So this question, are we assuming that you're asking if somebody's a professional poker player, what their win rate needs to be if they're playing this comfortably? Well, it's not so much win rate. Like, obviously, we need to have a positive win rate. But it's more a matter of having a bankroll that can withstand the variance of this game, because sometimes you'll just run cold and get stacked a bunch of times, and you need to be able to stay in action.
I think I apologize. I think a good rule of thumb is you need 20 buy-ins to play whatever game you're playing, and it's not just $1,000 at the 2-5 because it's match the stack. So $2,000 is kind of the buy-in. So you need 20 of those to play that comfortably and regularly. That's my opinion.
Yeah, and if you're going to be playing full-time and you're not going to have another job, you probably want more than that as well.
Yeah.
That said, I've never tried to do that. Like, I have a job, I like my job, and I have no plans to not keep doing my job for a while.
Well, I am retired, so I do play this full time, or I used to. I've just been sick the last couple of months, but
Why is that the magic number?
just in a great position.
Yeah, for retirement.
Yeah, for retirement, this is, I can't think of a better situation. And for me, it's really, poker's also, half of it's social. It's a very social game.
Very much so.
We met some really good friends. And we do have Jeff here.
Get right in there. 3 ways to this flop where we saw Chris raise over Jeff's limp with ace queen. And we get 6-3-3, which is just what everybody wanted. Ace queen, still the best hands. Hey, no phone at the table. We do see Chris put out the C bet.
We should just flip for it.
I have never seen someone have a phone and pass it over to another.
Wait till we do it. I mean,
Oh, okay. I
okay.
was just
Kristen
like,
says it's a food order. So what we ask these players to do on the stream is, if you're gonna use your phone, you need to not be at the table. You need to step away from the table, just to be absolutely sure you don't have any kind of funny business going on. Not that we've ever suspected that happening here, but
well, the old
just to be sure.
apostle thing.
Yeah. That's the thing. Like back in the day when the show first started, like people could have their phones and there's like Mike Postle, like every other chat message. Where's Mike Postle?
You postled me.
And then every other chat message was some conspiracy theory. I won't repeat.
All right. Then we have action to me.
But I'm not accurate. I was wrong.
By the way, luck 1516. I saw the sub and I never called it out. I see you being active in the chat, and that's wonderful. Glad to see people continuing to find our community and join our community and take part. We got a fun bunch here. We see the V-Pips, Jason below the Lahti line, below that 15%. And we see Jeff playing half the hands, which is like
two
two
hands
hands
he was
so
in.
far. So pretty easy to be V-Pipping that high.
So we have the food order. Back in.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, there's like, as they're sitting out there, they have a little over an hour left. Remember, there is a 15-minute delay, so they're in the future. And so they got an hour and a half when they were making the order then. I can do math, I swear. You know, somebody gave me a degree in computer science at some point. So theoretically, I can do some math. Maybe. We see Aaron making it 40 with the king-queen.
Aaron's been really quiet after getting kind of felted or.
Aaron with top pair this time. Ming decides to defend big blind with Jack 5 offsuit. And
He's
does
gonna
have
get a
middle
call.
pair
He's going to get a call if he
and a
bets.
back door.
So he bets 100, or does he not have? He bets
75. How to use that oversized chip. Doesn't have a lot of small chips. And Ming does call. Needs a jack or a 5 or a spade to pick
spade,
up a spade
yeah.
draw. Ming with a little more life here. Aaron still ahead. Aaron checking it over. Ming checking it back, looking for a spade or a jack or a 5, and gets none of the above.
Aaron's got to feel comfortable now after that check. He's probably going to go for some value here. That's a little too much, 200.
But he did just see Ming call with the ace-king not that long ago. I think they've seen that on the delay by now.
We do see players getting up, checking out the screen.
Or occasionally you might have a buddy texting you what they had.
I've had that done for me.
Now, you know what? If you've got friends who are willing to do that for you, more power to you. I mean, that's the thing that happens on final tables too, where like the really big ones, where like they'll have a rail that's watching the stream, like even with like an hour delay or whatever it is out in Vegas, and
I feel like I'd
feed
rather
the useful information, and
chips don't become money.
take every edge you can get. Tater Chips thinks you can win $1,000 a day, but fish can run sometimes too. Well, here's the thing though. There's variance is still a thing. Like you could get set over set, right? And like just get stacked with the second nuts. That's the thing that happens. Or you can run kings into aces. Or you could have aces cracked. We've seen that tonight.
Happens all
Like
the
that's the
time.
variance, and that's where you lose big pots.
It's also the downswings are real. I mean, you'll feel like you'll play for a while and feel like you can never lose, and then
Let's change the
a couple of sessions and you're down. You could be down 10, 15,000 just like that. So it's all in perspective. I mean,
That's if you're playing cash. Imagine being a tournament player. Like we have way more variance.
yeah, you're winning 1 out of 10. I
I'm
mean, you're
cashing
cashing
1 out of 10. I'm
winning.
getting 1.5 buy-ins, and every now and then I
So-
win a lot more buy-ins.
Total bets 50.
Like there have been times where I've won like a lot of buy-ins at once, but those are not that often. Like there's a lot of variance.
I enjoy cash more. I've played in some tournaments, some long tournaments where there's been a day 2, and playing for 14 hours in a day is tough.
It's quite a
It's
grind.
tough, and it really. I was on at another poker room. I was a $400,000 guarantee. I went out in 6th. I went out with just pocket 10s, and because I was tired.
Yeah.
I was just tired, and it's tough to grind that. You know, it's not like cash where you just get up. So
Yeah.
it's a tough,
Left 20, live 20.
especially these larger field tournaments.
There was one time in my life I've seen 40 players agree on something ever. It was a couple of years ago at LAPC. 40-plus players agreed to pay the bubble because we were playing down to the money on day 1, and we were hand for hand for a while, and it was 4 in the morning. And everybody wanted to go to bed because the restart was at noon. And finally, everybody agreed, pay the bubble, like 40-plus people, because eventually they were all united in wanting to go to bed.
3 raises, 2
I one time suggested that we would all chop in a big tournament for 10K and then play for first place, and that's what happened.
Yeah, that's
I was
bad
shocked.
thing,
I was
and-
kind of joking, but
hey, we got action here, and we
we
got
got some nice hands here.
raised to 75 and a couple of calls. A 3
we
bet
have a
from
3-bet.
Ace Queen. Chris with the Ace Queen.
Aaron calls. King Jack, though, that's a tough.
King Jack of Diamonds. We know somebody who loves King Jack of Diamonds.
I would actually feel more comfortable calling an optimizer spot versus Aaron's spot.
Yeah. And now Optimize is going to feel priced in, so come along.
Yeah. It's just that with King Jack, you're really sharing a
Yeah,
king
you're
a lot of
dominated
times.
more
yeah.
often.
So
We got a 1100 in the middle here, going
Mary
3
ain't
ways
seen
to
a
a
flop.
flop. Is this action enough for you?
let's see King Jack of clubs. We can't see King Jack of clubs.
There's a king.
see
There
the
is a
king,
king.
okay.
So top pair for Aaron.
But Aaron still can't feel great about it.
Yeah, this is like third kicker.
That's the problem with King Jack is you're dominated so much.
Lucky for him, nobody else has anything.
We're going to see a C-bet here from
Chris
Chris.
will do it, and he goes for the sizing of
Wait,
just
we see
240.
we see Dave in a hand as well. Oh, that's his chip. No, it's his
Yeah,
black.
he's just playing with the black.
That must be nice. So right now, Aaron's just in call mode.
Yeah, call down.
He's not going to,
Call down.
and he's got 2.3. So he rebought. So he's got 2.3 and a 1.5. So almost.
8 of diamonds on the turn. So Aaron picking up the diamond draw. Now
Now
he's
he's going to
liking it
feel
a lot better.
comfortable. Now he could feel comfortable about raising. Of course, if he does, he's going to get a fold.
Yeah. I'm probably not raising still if I'm Aaron. I'm probably, well, now Chris checks.
So think about, I would think about his mindset. He's lost a little bit of money, so he's probably looking to get something in here. And he checks.
Checks it back.
That shows you what I know.
10
And
of
he gets there.
diamonds. Aaron with the second nuts on the river. And the best
This is
hands.
just going to be a check fold here.
Chris does have the nut blocker. That said, if
Be nicer
Chris
if he had a
wanted to
pair.
tell the story that he picked up a diamond draw, he would have bet turn. Like, I don't think that story would be believable. Also, Aaron actually has it, so. Just trying to find a way to get Aaron some money.
Well, this is going to be a check bet fold scenario. Although I do see Chris betting out, and this is exactly what he's going to do.
And he goes huge. He goes all in, and Aaron puts his head in his hands. He's going to have to call. Like,
the
I'm kind
second
of surprised
nuts,
he hasn't snapped.
yeah.
You can't fold the second nuts.
Can't fold the second nuts. Chris has the blocker, like you said. So he's repping the nut flush right here.
Like we talked about the variance, and Aaron's only in the blender because of the incident earlier tonight. But, I mean, we were talking about variance that comes with poker. This is it. Like, you make second nuts. You cannot fold second nuts.
Yeah, he's
You have to say Chris has to have exactly the nuts. And
He does
Aaron
call.
calls,
Nice.
and he's going to be
Nice.
happy that he did. He's going to turn it over. And when Chris didn't snap turn his cards over, Aaron knows he's good. Aaron going to get the full double up. And look at that. He's got 6 grands in front of him. How about
I can
that?
appreciate what Chris is trying to tell, what story he was trying to tell there. He wasn't going to win the pot at Showdown, so
Yeah, go for it.
I think you would have got the same information if you'd bet 600.
Yeah, I don't think you needed to overbet there.
Yeah.
Like, you could have gotten maybe 3/4, trying to make it look like you're trying to get some value.
And Aaron's probably not going to raise that anyway, so I just think you would have.
And if he ever did, you know that you have trash and you can fold.
Yeah, it's an easy fold. All right, so that's what poker is. In one hand, you can turn a rough session into a profitable session, just like that.
Yeah, that's why you don't give up. And Aaron going to stack a ton of chips here.
Double straddle, 10, 20? Straddle, like 20. Toss it out. Big old 20. Okay. I didn't think
The double straddle is in. Haven't seen only seen those blacks go in once. I'd like to see those go in. Here soon, we got like 45 minutes.
We got
An hour?
We got more than an hour.
Oh.
We're not even at power hour
We
yet.
can see we have another ball pot coming up too, so
Yeah, I'm sure we get at least one more bomb pot.
hopefully it's more exciting than the other 3 that we had. Or 2. 2 or 3.
three raises to 70.
Chris is going to open the
Ooh.
4 deuce, and unfortunately, Doug's actually going to have a hand, blind versus blind.
So we're thinking, what kind
I
of
respect
raise
the
sizing
raise.
here? Around 270, 280?
In position, like you could trap sometimes.
Yeah, I think that line's too bad.
No, that's
If he thinks that Chris is
That's said
raising
being,
light or steaming a little,
yeah, that said being deep, you're going to have a hard time getting your entire stack in if you don't raise now, but I could get behind trapping. That is not what Doug's going to do, though.
yeah, I mean,
And he's going to get the insta-fold.
Aaron is now the chip leader at 6,200. He's kind of off the side celebrating a little bit. It's good to see him chip up there.
straddle, like 10.
The straddle is on again. Okay, action is on Dave. Just folds. This is probably he just calls.
See another limp from Ming with the deuces.
Ooh, Jason with aces. This is going to definitely look like a squeeze play here. He should make this kind of big too, to make it look like he's squeezing. I mean, we can see that no one really has much. I guess Ming could set mine here.
Goes for 140, kind of small. I think he wants action. I think he's looking to get action, though.
With that bet, it definitely looks like it.
And Doug has kings. He's going to get action.
This is going to be a
Doug has
4-bet.
kings again.
So Doug 4-bets here. What do you do with Jason? Do you just call? Because if you 5-bet, that
Depends on the size, but I mean, people have a hard time folding kings. I'll say that, but I could just call in position and set the trap because
I like that play, too.
because you could get it in. Like assuming that we do get the 4-bet from Doug, stack to pot's going to end up in a state where we can get it in on 3 streets in position if we want to get it in.
So if Doug's going to raise here, which he's going to, he's got to make it in the 400s.
Yeah, something.
Maybe 500 even. I can't see what that is.
We're going to find out from Sal and
475,
Kristen,
374.
and it's going to be 475.
475. So that's a perfect raise.
Ming gets out of there. Optimize gets out of there.
So with
Now,
that
what
raise,
does Jason do?
I think Jason.
I'm just
Jason's
setting
gotta
the
bet.
trap. What about you?
I'm betting. I'm letting him know I have aces.
All of you in the chat, do you 5-bet or do you call here?
If he 5-bets, he's got to make it 1.5, right?
It's got to be
1.3.
It's got to be at least 1,000. Like maybe
That would be
like
a small,
1,200 or
yeah,
so.
1.3 would be. And Doug's got a.
At 1,200, then stacks a pot. Pot's like 2,500, and then stacks a pot is like close to 1.
Yeah, Doug's got to ask himself if he gets re-raised here, what hands is he doing that with? He's not doing that with queens. Ace king is a possibility. Ace king suited. In that case, he's in great shape against ace king. But those are the only hands that he can beat. That will get raised right here. So ace king or queens, maybe.
He does go for the 5-bet.
Brand new, please.
If you do call, stacks a pot would have been 3, which is good enough to get in. Instead, he does go for a lucky 1,300. And now
That's
Doug,
good sizing. That's good sizing. That really tells a story to Doug, right? Ace king or aces right now. Queens doesn't really make this bet. So
did he just fold king's face up?
Please show mercy.
He just folded king's face up.
it's a great fold. I mean, he.
And Sal's going to push the pot the right direction.
I mean, what else is he 5-betting with?
Exactly. How many 5-bets have we seen tonight?
Yeah. So
Just that.
He's got to be thinking, I can only beat ace king. That's the only 5-bet. It's either aces or ace king. So.
Yeah, or the other kings. When there's one combo of that.
Yeah, but that's
Probably not queens.
no. I would never see a 5-bet from queens. A call for sure, but not a 5-bet. So
I just don't think that was necessary. Like, I don't think the 5-bet was necessary. But you know what? He's a better player than me. I can't fold kings pre-flop.
Too fast for my
well, aces. I mean, I think you have to raise there. I mean, it's just one pair. So many flops are just so bad for you, right? So
If we think about the range that's going to take a flop, like what do we think he's taking a flop with?
with the 5-bet,
Yeah, or
ace king, ace queen suited.
no, I mean like if Jason flats the 4-bet,
Okay.
like what do we think the 4-betting range was? Kings, queens,
Kings, ace king.
ace king, ace queen. Like there's
Not even jacks. Jacks is just
not
a
even
call.
jack. Like, there's not
Queens,
a lot
kings,
that.
ace king, aces.
Yeah, there's not a lot of hands.
Blocks that.
Not a lot of cards we're worried about on the flop.
He blocks ace king.
Yeah. And stack to pots 3, we have no problem getting our stack in. Just let him go bet, bet, bet with his overpair.
I mean, if you want, yeah, I mean, it's 50-50, right?
Yeah.
You could see a flop and it'd be 2-7-5 or something like that, and you're feeling great. You know, that 4-bet really lets him know that he doesn't have, he's got a big hand, right? So, and Jason has the biggest hand, so. And I like the 5-bet. I mean, but that just a 5-bet is always aces, right? It's always, sometimes kings, but
Feels like it.
yeah.
That was part of my thinking. I was like, I gotta make it smaller.
But I've definitely not made that fold holding a big stack in a tournament.
Tournaments are different, right?
Um,
Than cash games.
I
I think with the
it
tournament,
depends on your cash game opponent. Like some cash game players will 5-bet with something other than aces.
Doug knows, Jason knows
Yeah.
that Doug has not played a lot of hands. For him to get 5-bet,
Yeah.
that's
And at the same time, you have a 4-bet from a player who doesn't play a lot of hands. So you could say, well, maybe I just trap him and let him feel okay about his hands. And
it's not a lot of flops you're worried about. Maybe
Exactly,
some
there's like-
Broadway cards and that's it.
like, I don't love a king. I don't love a queen.
Maybe even a jack.
Yeah, like,
Possibly.
maybe. Like, I don't love
You don't
seeing one of
love
those cards,
king-
but I could still be good.
King, queen, you don't love.
Yeah. Or if I see like Jack 10 9, a suit that I don't have.
Yeah. So that's why I like the 5-bet.
Yeah, well,
You win the dead money in the pot. You don't have to worry about getting sucked out.
yeah, if you want to, if you're trying to protect.
Yeah.
Like if you're willing to embrace the variance, that's where like my argument is. I guess that's where I'm trying to appeal to the embrace the variance side. And I admit I'm saying embrace the variance, which is weird.
I'm a little looser than you, and I'm saying take it down.
Yeah. We see nobody really connecting with this flop. Doug with the nut no pair, and the backdoor club draw, and the betting lead, and the pot. Now that Aaron folds.
And he was ahead always. So. William, do you flat ace king there if you're Jason? The 4-bet? Do you play it the same way is what I'm asking?
So I think
Ace
that
king suited.
okay, that's where I'm just getting. I'm saying
That's
like
what
some of my ace kings.
Ace king is an easy
Some of
fold
my
for me.
ace kings I can re-raise, and some of them I can flat. I think. Like
Fine.
the offsuit ones, I might be more likely to 5-bet just because an offsuit hands won't flop quite as well as the suited hands.
So
Like
you
I'm,
want to see a flop with ace king suited.
like I'm more willing to see a flop. That's what I'm saying. Like like if it comes to where I'm seeing a flop, like the suited hand is going to flop better, right? Because you are going to flop flush draws more often. And like obviously those flops have more playability. We do see ace king for Doug opening the 50 and getting the call, and then the 8-8 deuce, missing both players. Frankie's 6 high, unlikely to go any further here.
Yeah, Frankie doesn't have a lot of equity here. Yeah, he's just gonna.
This is as live as he's ever going to be, and he still hates it.
Doug wins a small pot. He's probably smarting a little bit from the last hand, but
Dave up piles, Jason up piles, Aaron up piles.
You don't swear at the day gun 10? You say $10.
Yeah, Ben, seat 5. I mean, seat 5's got to deal with his phone.
Yesterday, I was ready.
Like we got to, maybe we got to like get a ruler like the Catholic schools allegedly did. Like you have
snap.
to slap
I
them
went to
with a
Catholic
ruler.
schools.
I did not. Is that a thing?
Well,
Is that
it
a
was,
thing?
it was when
In
I
your
was.
day, maybe.
Yeah.
Not that I'm calling you old.
I'm a lot older than you.
Party foul. Jason folding the 9 triz of hearts.
He shot a 1 to get the 20 out. I said I'm always.
Get McAvoy in here.
Prop bet.
Get McAvoy in here.
He took his hand back. Oh,
Getting a little weird.
You can't do that. You folded your hand, Jason. You folded your hands. Oh, well, here's the thing. Technically, the cards are retrievable and identifiable. The cards are retrievable and identifiable, and he didn't say the word fold. It's still technically a live hand.
and I noticed that Chris touched his cards and threw it in the mug.
Hey, you're not in trouble.
Yeah.
That's something you shouldn't do.
Yeah, don't touch other people's
you're
cards.
not
We've
even in
litigated that to death.
You're not even in the hand.
Yeah, we've litigated that to death. But I mean, people could accuse you of angling if you're doing that. Just that's all I'm saying. Like I think what he wanted to do was pull him back to have a little. Hey, look what I had. Like that's what I'll say there. That's what I hope was happening.
Okay, like the play from Blake. He optimized. I like his little.
Do we have a
switch.
jar? Do we have a jar we can put money in every time he says that name?
I didn't mean it.
I know.
I don't know who this guy is.
We see Jeff with the gut shot and optimized with
A couple of
some
back
back doors.
He has to see bet here, and I think it'll no.
I'm respecting your 475. I'm not trying to.
Hey, you got a gut shot.
And these guys have played a lot of poker together. He
Check, check. 6 of diamonds.
He has a
So
gut
that
shot.
is a gut shot for optimize now.
2 gut shots. Of course, a 2 or 3 also wins it for optimize.
But who's got the guts? Who's got the guts to bet their gut shot? It appears to be optimized.
Is-
Betting
Show
250
it,
and
show
getting
it.
the fold.
Oh, he shows it.
He showed it. He's showing the skinny
I
or the
just,
dirty typer.
Maybe he was reading some of the comments about him being a nit.
I was gonna check raise the flop.
A 3 deuce.
Desperate. Max desperation.
Live poker's not dead, ladies and gentlemen.
Straddle's on.
Can't say that with you.
Y'all
Yeah, exactly.
Y'all been forcing
Trying
me
to
to
juice the
straddle.
pot or what?
Y'all been forcing me to straddle. I've been
straddled
straddling,
like one
so I'm
time.
just gonna throw it back out there.
Hey, make a big deal about it. Hey, everyone says Texas is actually.
All right, straddle still on.
I'm baffled. I really don't get it.
Yeah, all the rumors about Texas, they were true.
Must be
2,
bullshit.
5, 10.
No, aim play small in Texas.
No one folds.
There's no action.
You might not fold, but no one straddles. So.
Yeah, but they don't get to choose if they put
That's
that.
how what the new haircut looks like.
Yeah.
Fresh cut. Jeff does a one gapper, suited connector. I like that hand.
Dave with
So
the ace
Dave
10
still
gonna call.
just,
Frankie has a better ace and he goes for the squeeze. Ace queen making it looks like about 210 or so.
It looks like a squeeze too from the butt.
Squeezing with the best hand. 9 high gets out of there.
Yeah.
Dave is dominated. He ought to get out of there, but will he?
You have 2 cards, right? That wasn't okay.
One, yeah, that was a 2-card raise. I would have raised a 1. That's fair. If it was
If Dave would have raised
Yeah, it
with
was
an ace
ace
10, I wonder if Frankie re-raises there. Ace queen.
lucky me.
And that raise does get through, even if the graphics don't show it yet. We do see those chips getting stacked, and
I only got aces
Let's get some plaques in there.
when we had 1,000.
Me with the
No, that was big.
and Jason's still below the line. Rena, no, this is not Aaron McAvoy at the table. Aaron McAvoy does our Monday show. This is a different Aaron. Another Austin regular, though. Played with both of them many times. And making a good point in the chat. And making a good point in the chat, like none of our TCH locations allow you to use the phone while you're in a hand. On the live stream table, you can't use the phone at all on the live stream table.
Oh, Chris raised to 35 with queens. He's raised a lot of hands.
And
so
now
this may
Aaron
look
with
like-
ace king, so we're going to have another collision of big hands.
Well, the 6-5 3-bet to 120. There's a 4-bet. It's a smallish 4-bet.
Yeah.
This is kind of the same situation. Now, if you're Chris, do you 5-bet this? It's a different.
And we have
the
Jason
sizing
with
is
king
small.
queen suited.
Wow.
I think he ends up folding, but we'll see. Okay, he's gonna fold. This is one of the few times you can fold that hand. But yeah, like this is where we're like, I think we're 5-betting here. I
This
think we're
is a
5-betting.
different situation, right? So we're definitely 5-betting.
And he does just that. I see a pink chip out there.
7. Fold.
Chris makes it 700. Now, if you're Aaron, do we 6-bet or do we flat?
I think you have to flat here. He has position.
Exactly, you're in
He's got
position. Like I was
position.
saying before, you're in position. That said, how great do you feel if you're Chris with queens and you face a 6-bet?
Well, if we're looking at stacks, so Chris has still got a big stack, right? He's got 4,500 effectively.
Aaron does flat.
So this could be this is already turning into a bigger pot.
We've got the classic flip in slow motion, and queens are still ahead on this Jack 8-7 flop. Aaron with backdoor diamonds and backdoor Broadway.
So obviously Chris is going to bet here, and it'll probably be beefy.
It'll probably be something that's going to be
1100?
telegraphing that we're going to get
Yeah.
in on the turn.
It doesn't look
He's going small, though.
400, 315. So that is a very small bet. This is
Aaron should not be folding this at all.
he should call this. He's got a lot of backdoor equity.
He's getting insane odds as well.
It's almost like Chris is trying to do some sort of bluff. And he folds.
He
folds
folds the
correctly,
ace king.
but pot was so big. 300 to win 1900,
Yeah.
unless he thought maybe his ace king was dead. The aces or kings.
Yeah, but I mean, at that point, though, why are we calling the 5-bet
Yeah.
pre? Like, that was your decision point, I think. But, you know, if you realize that you made a mistake, no sense in compounding it on further streets. And that's a possibility, too. Somebody asking, why is Chris in the red? Perhaps you had stepped away, Tater Chips, when that had happens. Chris decided to go for a bluff
shove.
when a third diamond came on a river, and Chris was holding the ace of diamonds, the nut blocker. He decided to go for the shove for an overbet. Unfortunately for him, Aaron had the second nut flush and did find the call.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was a bad play.
And that's
by
why
Chris.
Aaron is not in the hole anymore.
I like the fight from
Yeah,
Chris to win
it's
the
not
pot.
a punt. It just his opponent had the hand he was representing.
He knew his opponent didn't have the nut flush, so
Yeah.
that's why he made that play. Jeff calls 65 pre with the suited ace wheel.
3 ways to a flop. Queen 6-3.
So a couple players got a piece of this. Frankie does have top here. Frankie's got to lead out. He's got a 150,
He's gotta continue
125,
here.
something like that. Looks like he makes it 110.
What's the 5 betting range versus me? There's only one fucking hand.
Jason, let's go with his backdoors.
And Jeff's going to call this one time.
Yeah, you flat kings at 3 bet. Maybe fold king.
Or not.
Okay.
Thanks for the sub, Brian Anderson. Always nice to see more folks in the chat. Let's see, Gary C with some talk about lollipops. Dum Dum lollipops are overrated or underrated rather. And having a root beer one now. I can't remember the last time I had one of those, but you know what? I can't disagree. I mean, yeah, those are good.
Thanks for the shout out, Jedi Master Ted. I appreciate that. I am learning from William here.
Glad to have you in here. 2 shows now, and they've both been really fun.
The last one was huge too.
Yeah,
I believe
like we
everybody
had
had
all
like,
kinds of
like 3
action.
people with 8,000 or something.
Yeah, like we had a heck of a spin up.
So Ming looks like he. I can't tell if he raised it or not. It's a 20.
He's put money in the pot with 9 deuce offsuit. He did make it 50.
He has
9 deuce
position, I
offsuit.
guess.
He's got 9 high.
Get anybody to call.
Jeff's going to call with his queen 10.
Not liking Jeff's call there. He's out of position,
I'd rather 3-bet against Ming.
or just fold it, right?
Yeah,
he has
like
to really hit
suited,
this.
suited, I'll continue. Offsuit,
Suited's a
I'm less
different-
inclined. Ace deuce. Queen high is good, but he doesn't know what's not good. Ming has a pair of deuces. That's right. Ming had a deuce. Never mind. Check, check. 8 of spades on the turn. And the pair of deuces is still good for Ming, and now Jeff's going to bet. I don't know why
So
Ming didn't see
that
that.
That bet doesn't make a lot of sense, right? Unless he hit the 8. I guess
And
Jeff
Ming's gonna
figures
call.
out if he he's not going to win this pot unless he bets.
And another ace on the river. So now
That's gonna
Ming
make
with
Ming feel
aces
good.
full of deuces and the best hands. And Jeff's going to keep telling the story. I have an ace. I have the ace.
Or I have.
Or I have
pair.
a boat.
Yeah.
Like I
that's
just
the-
stumbled into a boat with the 8.
They're all jealous of you, right?
Because it did go check, check on the flop.
See.
So he could have an 8 that spiked.
Ming has to really think about this.
Ming
bet.
can't fold. And Ming calls and he just turns over his boat. And then he actually turns over both cards because you have to table both cards to have a fully tabled hand.
I just that just didn't make a lot of sense from Jeff.
Oh, man.
I agree. Especially when it wins.
So, I mean, yes, an 8 would probably have showdown value and just check it down.
Yeah. Juan Hernandez, thanks for the sub. Heresy wondering, is that Dante with the huge bears? And then corrects himself to beard.
Yes, that is me. How's everyone doing?
And we've got a dealer change here.
I'll take some.
Looks like we've got Ryan coming in. Tara coming in.
Yeah, 5 is fine for me.
First time on the stream. Okay. Welcome, Derek.
What seat is Derek in?
He's in the box.
Oh, I was about to say you get a new player. I was like, huh? I was like,
See what happens when I try
Now
and
we
tell
have a
dealers
bomb
from
pot.
above. Yeah, we got $25 peel up on pot.
do you think the $25 they raised it to 25 from 10 affects people playing more hands?
From what I've seen tonight, people
Yeah.
are playing fewer hands,
See, that's
not
what
more
I'm saying,
hands.
right? That's what I meant. Yeah, the $10 people could speculate a lot more because it's $90.
Yeah, that's like I don't want to play with a stacked pot of free.
Yeah, so-
Anytime like I sit down at the 2-5 and it's normally $10, I will be the guy objecting to the $25 because I'm not looking to play short. If I'm going to play with an SPR of free, let's just run a flip. Save everybody the time.
You say flips. I never do that.
I'm not big on flipping either.
Because they used to always do, especially in the 5-10 games, sometimes they'll do, let's do.
On the Dallas
for
streams, they'll
100.
run a flip.
Yeah, when I was on that stream, I did it for $100 and I didn't win. I was like, well, that was the stupidest.
At least it's EB neutral.
So I re-raise or not.
Only thing I'll say about that.
So what do you have? What do you have? Thank you.
Okay. It's unusual. We have a couple players here that normally play pretty aggressive and put you in tough spots. Who've been kind of quiet.
You know, like if I re-raise that and he put me all in, it would be really awkward.
We're seeing some bluffs from people who normally are, I guess, more reserved.
What?
Yeah, just one of those nights, you know? Everything's upside down. Every player getting 4 cards here must play exactly 2 of them at showdown. 4 aces in your hand is not quads. 4 aces on the board is not quads. And we're going to go straight to the flop as we do in a bomb pot.
So 7-8 right now is the effective nuts.
10-9-6 rainbow.
10-8.
Jeff with just a 10 and a gut shot.
Gut shot there.
Not a good gut shot either.
He's still looking over his hand.
Checks around.
I just check dark in the small blinds. I'm
I
just
know. I
never
normally
betting.
do that too because the nuts change so
See,
drastically.
with a gut
this.
shot, and
Who's got the
I
6?
see 9s full. I actually see 9s full for optimize.
Oh.
He has all the 9s.
He's got
He has
quad
again.
9s.
He just he's only playing 2 of those 9s. He doesn't get to play them all, but he does have 9s full for second boat.
So he's going to definitely bet
And-
this out.
and
I
he's
wouldn't even do
blocking-
pot. That's perfect.
Yeah.
Sometimes a smaller bet like that is more telling than just a pot size bet.
And Jason's got a 6, so he's going to feel compelled to continue here. Jason drawing to
You
just
would
the
hate to
case
see an
6.
ace or a king or something like that. Let's see an ace or a 6. Or even a, I guess a 3 also. Ace,
And
king.
river's going to be a 6. Jason hits the 1-outer. He makes quads.
I was just kidding about that 6.
Optimize, got to be on the hook here, I think.
This, I think.
Checks it over
I
to
think
Jason.
Optimize can get rid of. You got to put your opponent on a hand, right? He's calling with any 6.
A 6 is
with,
calling.
He's calling with pocket 10s. So what else can you beat here?
Let's go with third pot. Let's go. Let's,
Yeah, he
let's
can't make it a
go
pot
third
size
pot. There's not a lot of misdraws either.
So He's only has 2 hands, and both of them beats optimized. So this, I actually, correct me if I'm wrong. I actually think this is a
300.
easy
He goes
fold.
half pot.
300. You probably have to call, but
I feel like there should
Yeah,
be more.
that's what are his bluffs? What are his bluffs?
he doesn't make it a pot size. If you're bluffing here, you're probably making pot size bet.
Does he have aces maybe sometimes? Or sixes full of aces?
So look
That's
at,
pretty optimistic
look
though.
who Jason is playing against, right?
This feels like a card funeral. And it is.
Nice
Optimized
fold,
lets
nice
it go.
fold. Like I
He-
said, he's only got 2 hands, right?
Yeah, Jason with upside down 9s. He has 4 upside down 9s. And Optimize has 4 9s, but he can not play them all. Jason can play them all. And that's how this goes. Just in case we hadn't seen everything tonight, I mean, we've just seen everything tonight. Ace 8 wondering, did the player call single board? No, on the live stream, we can only do 1 board, unfortunately.
Did you bluff?
I can pretty much guarantee you they'll be doing 2 boards just as soon as the stream ends. But the stream's only capable of doing the 1.
There will be a time where you can do 2 boards. I'm
I
almost
hope.
sure of it.
I hope we have
And
technological
the action will
advances.
jump tenfold. Soon.
Soon, Kristen says. Fingers crossed.
I hope.
And you guys can really see Texas poker, and not just in a vlog. I mean, vlogs are great, and there have been many double board bomb pots captured on various vlogs, but nothing like seeing it live.
Do you follow a lot of vlogs?
I've watched a number of vlogs. I've even photobombed some vlogs inadvertently. People will message me like, "Hey, you were in so and so's vlog."
I've been in a few vlogs from like Brad Owens, Lexo.
Like I've been on a Brad vlog. For some reason, Lexo didn't put me in his vlog.
Respect, all right.
I don't know why.
He only put me in because I asked him to. He thought I was bluffing, but I.
Yeah. I mean, like he had some things to say about me on Instagram, but not on the vlog.
Yeah, like, he folded
I saw him in Vegas once. And it was funny because I was walking with a couple of friends of mine, and they were saying that Lexo's one of their favorites
Yeah.
YouTubers. And he comes down, he goes, "Hey Dante, what's up?"
that it was him.
Which is perfect timing.
You're stacking my ass.
Like I've been on Negronu's vlog without photobombing. Like I've been on his vlog. Like I was next to him at a No Limit Deuce tournament last year. So that was kind of cool. What else? I've
There's a reason
been.
you stacked me earlier when
I don't know that I've ever photobombed a Jamin Burton vlog. I would love to though. I'd love to get on
I've
his
only
vlog.
seen him
I'm a fan of
at
his.
Aria.
Like
It's the comic book style, right?
Yeah, like he's like sneaky one of the best vlogs going, and it's like he's underrated. And,
I watch
yeah,
them all.
that's
Like I
good
said,
one.
I'm retired, so all I do is watch poker vlogs at home.
Hey, living the dream. Queen 10-5, lots of checking. I guess Chris doesn't have anything. At least probably a lot of checking. I saw the burn come out.
Although I think we might
Oh,
have heard
okay, no, or it didn't.
All right, so someone's got a flush draw. Chris has been pretty aggressive.
Chris has a pair of 5s.
I like to see his aggressive frequency, but he's been pretty aggressive throughout this stream. I wonder if the players are picking up on that. I know some of them are. Dave's not going to call. Oh, he did call. And he got there. Although he probably doesn't like it because the board is pretty straighty right now.
You don't love like any flop
He's got to bet this.
beside a king.
You notice how the way Dave bets when he thinks he's ahead?
Chris is thinking about it.
Dave has 0 bluffs.
And he's full. Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
he's
I
just
can't think
got
of
it.
one.
Him. I've cameoed in an E. McKenzie vlog once.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
He's got like 15 vlogs or something? 12,
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, a guy was sitting in a mixed game, and there was some footage
Planning
from
on
over
moving here, or
there.
just in town visiting?
I'd love to be in his vlog. What I like about E's vlog is,
Yeah.
he's real. And he's playing this 1-2 game, right? He's playing like the
He's trying
$100,000.
He's trying
yeah.
to spin up 100K in 1-2.
Yeah, which I think will take 3 years, but and that's normally not his stakes.
Yeah, he plays bigger.
5'10", 2'5", minimum 2'5", but 5'10" a lot of times. So
King queen. He's sick.
9 calls, 20, 10 folds.
the players are definitely different from 5'10" to 1-2. I like the fact that he's jumping in there.
And Ace8 wondering, can we still run it more than once in non-bomb pots? Yes, we can if the players agree. We can run it multiple times on stream. We just can't do 2 boards ongoing. We can run out 2 boards one at a time though.
Push, yeah.
We can definitely do that.
9 folds.
And we do see a squeeze from Ace9 suited, which will probably work.
He says, "I'll take the under on 3 years."
I'm not seeing that message. Let me refresh. There it is.
I would say 100K in 18 months on 2.5.
I mean, we got to think about it in terms of hours, right?
Well, I know how much I made, but it was all 2.5
Yeah.
last year. So
Chris is going to defend button here with this queen jack offsuit. Go heads up to a flop. King 8-3. Frankie should be able to win this with a C bet.
7 bets.
Goes for 1/3 ish. $200. I don't see Chris calling here.
yeah, he's got an over to his 2 cards. I mean, he's got some backdoor
He has one backdoor.
straight possibility. Yeah, so this is, you can't even really beat a bluff.
And he does fold. I mean, like I've already made my hours prediction on E's comment section when he announced that challenge. Yeah, I forget exactly what it was, but he was looking for a number of hours. Like I guessed what his hourly is, and I did the math.
Feeling himself right now.
And
An hourly at 1-2.
Oh, yeah, he killed nice.
And I play 1-2. I love 1-2, but
Yeah.
the problem with 1-2, especially as a for-profit player, is you can only buy in for so much.
I think that's the real.
That's
yeah,
the tough part,
like
right?
all the
So
1-2 games in Austin are capped buy-in, as far as I know. Like
there's
a
no
hard
match
cap.
to stack, and so $300 at a time.
Dude 3 is a bit of a rough.
It's just tough. I mean, I was playing 50 hours a week, and my win rate at 1-2 was 51%, and my win rate at 2.5 was 67%. So that's what I played, because I think 1-2 is a tougher game sometimes, because of the stacks, right? You can't really.
Depends on the lineup. And also depends on how you play that stack. So one of the things that I get as a tournament player, like part of our skill set is being able to play different depths. And if I'm more comfortable playing a shorter stack, then there's just certain things I can do that I'll know to do. Like, for example, let's say we're at 1-2 and somebody decides to put on a live 10 for fun. And it goes like, call, and I have ace-queen. What am I doing? All in.
I mean, it has to be it could be 6-10.
Or like the 5's on, it goes like raise to 15, call. Like, I'm just going to be all in a lot.
Feeling yourself.
Yeah, and that's. I mean, you'll find. I mean, you'll find players that want to do a lot of calling versus
Are you annoyed
weeding out.
that he folded when you had quads, or are you
Tougher to
astounded
put
that your
people on
bluff
hands.
got
Sometimes.
You're never gonna play Hold'em again after all this.
No, I still will. Hold'em's alive, but feel is fun.
10 folds.
Yeah, he had quads. Freaking,
Oh,
I'm a genius.
you had quads? You really had quads? All right, Jason.
So somebody's trying to make a mixed game happen after the show, and I was responding, and I guess I made Kristen's phone buzz because she's on the same list as me. But the mixed game,
So the mixed game, that's 7 different games.
that's a lot of different games. It's more than 7.
Is it dealer's choice or is it?
Yeah,
Is that
dealer's
what it-
choice.
Yeah.
Dealer's
I
choice
played
is
those
usually-
once after the stream and did not do well because I didn't
What a
understand.
surprise.
Yeah. Occasionally we get just the plain old horse game going here. I don't think that's what we're looking at tonight, though. And Ming decides to defend his straddle with 8-3 offsuit. against Jason's king queen of diamonds, and
He
Mingo
outflops
outflop him. Jason with the backdoor, and that's about it.
He's
He
going
will
to
see
continue bet here. That ace may scare Ming a little bit.
But Ming also has a pair, so he's gonna
He
call.
can improve.
Gonna call once. Try and pick something up on the turn. Does not with the 6.
Does he have no hearts there?
Because he knew Jason.
Nobody with a draw.
What else would Jason
Check,
be
check.
betting on the river?
Jack on the river.
Jason isn't both the day and his
So Jason with no pair,
I got a reaction.
which has a
Jason's gonna
sliver of
have to
showdown
bet
value,
here.
but
Yeah.
like Jason's like literally one notch below what Ming has right now. It's that close. It does go check, check.
I mean, if that's the only hand that can win tonight, let's be.
Ming wants to play a lot of pots. His EBIT's is pretty high.
That he
We're getting
does.
all the fucking credit. I think you should be open.
Dave has not played a lot of pots, and
And
he's
if it folds through,
by
then
far
you know.
the winning the most fights. So
He's won the right pots. Profion wondering in a cash game, does the chip leader have a huge advantage because he can push people around to the table? In a cash game, I would say no. The thing is, in a cash game, you can just open up your wallet and rebuy. Like in a match the stack, you can match up to the big stack. In a capped buy-in, it's a little bit different just because I may not be able to top up as much as I want to right away.
Too late.
Like I may have a little bit more thought of, well, maybe I want to still be $1,000 deep so I can take the next spot. Tournaments are a different story. Tournaments, there's considerations, especially around the money, payout jumps, where the big stack can do what you suggest because the tournament life has value. In a cash game, there's no value to that.
yeah, it has a big stack in a tournament. You want to push people around, put people in uncomfortable situations. Okay, we have
Has anyone been following the craziness in the NFL this past week?
6-6 heads up where
mediocre
Frankie
hands
raised
here.
an ace and Ming defended again.
Yeah, he went to Miami.
And
Devontae went to Oakland.
Frankie is way good. Was good. He's even better. He's got the check mark.
he is chopping with any other ace.
Check, check.
Yeah, I think it.
That was a give-up check right there from me.
Yeah. Frankie with no kicker is going to go for a little value.
Yeah, it's
Not going to get it.
What I've heard, Ryan
He does have king
Or
high.
maybe he does get it. So he does have the king, and like he has no pair having just the king,
I
and
mean,
he,
yeah, I didn't even think about that.
like he
does
does
have-
beat the random Jack 10 that just goes for it
35 to 40
because he can't win.
for the next 5-6 years.
Yep, and he has
So
the
it gets a
highest
little value.
Yeah, you've got Jonathan Taylor. As long as you're doing just fine.
That's a great spot.
So Dante E is proposing a bet.
He's at 37.
Ooh,
2-1.
that means
if he can make
50K in a year at
What I heard was,
1-2.
like,
I'm not gonna do the
Devontae
math.
traded
That's
the market and they
2-1 if he can make 1K in 2 years. His 20K versus your 10K. That's quite the bet.
that is quite the bet. I don't have those deep pockets like like you do. I'll do. I don't know. What do you think of?
AFC West
2K?
now may be the best conference.
It's not even worth it for you.
Whatever's within your bankroll. Like you
That's-
got to play within your bankroll, and
That's all the Chargers, right? Chargers.
like whatever you're comfortable with. That's what I encourage everybody to do as far as what games they choose to play. And he's putting the provision 4,000 max hours per year, which is still a lot of hours.
Hold on a second. Yeah, let me do some math here.
Yeah, I got to do some math here.
Gotta do some math here.
No, he
That's 80
corrected
hours.
himself 2,000 hours per year.
So many trades. I don't know.
That's different.
Yeah, they're
6 deuce just flopped 2 pair.
So that's
So this is interesting. Jason has 2 pair,
maybe
and Chris has top pair, and a backdoor.
Yeah, and then able by like a orange wall. 3-bet 75.
so. Chris needs 4 or 7.
two.
Thinks it's 75.
Tyreek Hill? Oh, the guaranteed to him? Oh,
And Jason goes for the raise here.
Cap kits are like reasonable. I mean, they're still like high, but the
Okay, E. Let me. I'll DM you in a little bit.
Salary cap is like Olympics and just maneuvering everyone.
I mean, Chris does have
Jason
top
is
pair,
at 200.
so
Yeah.
with a lot of.
I don't know if they
equity that
consider
could change his
Trevor
hand
Lawrence,
on the turn. So, you know, a good card would be something like
but he's more
a
explosive than Amari.
That's
5
cool.
of diamonds or something like
Yeah,
that.
pretty dynamic board here.
Yeah.
He's like an X receiver, like
And that 4 is going to give Jason 3 pair, which is one too many.
It's probably the one card that Jason did not want to see. He probably
Absolute
wanted to
worst
see an
card in the
overcard.
deck. Chris is now ahead playing the 6s and 4s with a 7.
So any Broadway card, we'll chop this pot.
Yeah, it shows Jason having a jillion outs. Most of those are chop outs. Like anything bigger than a 7 is going to chop it.
God, the AFC is so fucking absurd. How many good teams from the AFC aren't even gonna make the playoffs next year? Oh wait, didn't they boost it to eight teams next year from each division? The conference or
I thought it
something?
was the same structure. I think it was like baseball.
Oh, that's what it is. Baseball extended it. It wouldn't surprise me if NFL extended soon.
Chris might be thinking, does he have an overpair?
No, wait.
Does he have
Wasn't it? No, it
8s or
was
9s
7
here?
this year. That's what it is. That's what it was.
He is
that's
still
what-
beating a draw. None of the draws came in.
No, it was probably
And he is going to raise.
TCH comes in like.
Put Jason to the test here.
like just adding.
And Chris is raising with the best hand. I mean, I think Jason folds here.
He ought
I
to.
don't know
Yeah,
like all the
he's-
players they
he's
signed. From my understanding, it's like a bunch of quality
Just
players,
got top
like on
here.
the offensive end.
It's the worst
I'm not sure if
kicker.
their defense is good enough. The Dolphins. I'm not familiar with them much at all.
But Chris is racing
offense
with some
seems to have, like, a lot
speculative
of
hands.
Yeah,
I mean, does he have
Yeah.
2 Broadway cards or something like that? Does he have a
Yeah,
flush
somewhere
draw?
around 9 and 8. Yeah. 8 and 9.
Which is with a board pairing like that, a flush draw might not
There's
be
a,
good
they're also
there. So
what's it? Patriots, Jets. What's the other team? Yeah, that's a rough division. Yeah, let's talk about Miami. Like, yeah,
With a whole bunch of college kids.
I mean, I guess
it's pretty much Patriots
And
and
Miney
Dolphins
loves the
fighting.
raise. There you go. Voice of TCH Life Dallas loves the race.
they didn't sign anyone. Last year they went crazy.
I'm
I
loving
think they
it too.
signed someone, but I don't remember who.
So we have Bob saying he made 70K today. Is that in poker?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways one could make that kind of
I
money.
know crypto has had a nice couple of days, but
And I don't.
Jason's still in the tank here.
There's no way.
he's going over. Yeah,
I know, but like,
He's calling.
I just, Belichick doesn't seem like the kind of guy to go out of his way to make.
depending on the river, I imagine check here. Yeah, this is going to be a
10
check
is
check.
going to bring in the hearts.
Like,
It's also going to chop this pot.
You
if
notice
it
how
gets
Jason
showdown.
looked at Chris right there?
You'd rather have 2 guys to do one person's job.
Yeah,
Check, check.
yeah.
Chop it. Bob clarifying in the market. Oh,
Yeah, that's
three
great.
running good.
You have any crypto? Or are you in the market at all?
I have a sliver of a Bitcoin. That's as much as I touch the crypto. I had some doggies. I had some doggy coins, and I sold them. I folded them. Folded
Yeah,
doggies.
They got up to that got up to what, 70 cents.
Yeah, I don't
now
know
it's
what
back
it is,
down
though. I
to
don't care
it's
anymore.
13 and a half, 14 cents right now.
We need some Elon tweets.
Yeah, he's been quiet about that.
Yeah.
I have a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I haven't been active in crypto at all.
Quadruple. Doug triple.
So like I buy it. Like, am I rich yet? I'm supposed to get rich.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
That's what they promised.
The last couple of months have been really rough. Really since the beginning of December in crypto.
You mean it's not going to the moon?
No.
Don't have some good
I know he's making a small, very small rebound right now. Very small. Doug, love Jack 10 suited.
Gets it through.
No. No.
I'm so
Okay, we have what, 5 stacks at 4K. It looks like.
recreational with it.
So we have
That's
like
time to eat.
27,000 on the table right now, something roughly like that.
I personally
It's too profound or too much.
Oh, we have almost 30 grand on the table.
Yeah, Kristen with some quick math there.
Micro amount where it's just like warm hug feeling and just super trank.
Get some more cards dealt out, and Doug done with his hands even before the
Looks
dealing
like
is
dinner
done.
got here. All right.
7 folds, 8 folds.
He's gonna. Oh, he's gonna put it in. All right. So king 8 is good enough for a raise on the button.
1 fold, 2 folds.
Oh, Chris with queens.
Good enough to raise the price all the way up to 125.
Yeah, the only thing is that looks like a button raise or some sort of squeeze play. I would like to see maybe just a call there to see what can manufacture, because right now you're only winning the money, the dead money in the pocket, which is like 40 bucks.
Well, the smaller the pair, the more protection you'll want to.
Yeah, I just
Not nice. A lot of guys just, you know,
that screamed
375, you know,
button raise right there.
pretty much a lot. 4 bet, 5 bet.
Another 20 minutes or so this evening on TCH Live. Be sure and join us on Saturday for the Dallas final table, the weekly Dallas tournament. Sure, that'll be a great one. And be sure to join us every Monday for 5-10 No Limit Hold'em here in Austin. Aaron McAvoy usually hosting that show. Tuesdays and Wednesdays, we've got the big games up in Dallas. And then Thursday 2-5 right back here. I'm not scheduled to be here next week, but I'm sure I'll be back very soon.
1 raise, 35.
And let's see. 5 of hearts exposed. Jason raised button and got no action.
You had kings in hand, right?
Nitesh Arupika, thanks for the subscription. I hope I said that right. Yeah, Ben, you know I'm plugging the tournament streams. I'm a tournament guy at heart. My first time in this booth was for a tournament stream, and like that was where I got my start. Back when we used to stream the Sunday tournaments here.
Oh, when it had the steps.
Yeah, or even when it
before
was
that?
just the freeze out before
Oh, okay.
that. Those were my first times in the booth. And yeah, I'm a tournament player at heart, and I love tournament content. And Aaron's loving that Ace King. He's at $75.
He hasn't played a hand in a little bit, so he's gonna get the respect here,
Chris.
as he should.
Let's see what I got to walk.
Are you a fan of showing your hand in any situation, or is it?
It's situational.
That's what I'm saying. Should put the 40 on, but I would have gotten a walk, so I don't think it would have better.
Nah, somebody might have spiced it up.
Ragnar with another scenario. I win the 5K Mia, and they never hear of me again. And I retire to the Caribbean, and I never tan. Well, I don't tan. I just burn. That's a fact. I just burn. There's no such thing as tanning for me. Those of you who don't know what I look like, if you haven't seen me actually playing out there, I am really pale.
I'm the opposite. I tan really easily.
Yeah, but I'm not retiring. Like, there's no amount of money that I can win this weekend where I'm quitting my job and moving to the Caribbean.
I thought the Colts are paying it.
Even your daytime job?
I'm not quitting my day job. I like my day job. And just in case my day job is somehow listening, I really mean that.
Oh, we
I
have
like you
tens
guys.
here.
We do have tens for Aaron.
I'm seeing a
I think
raise.
Aaron's going to be doing some more raising, unless he's going to call.
Just smooth calls.
Jason with some rags here, the 7-4,
Oh.
which flops to pair. As the moment I put them down, the moment I put that hand down, he gets there. I spoke it into existence.
He's definitely not putting him on anything that connects to that board.
Jason going to continue, and Aaron's got an overpair. Aaron's going to call. Ace of Hearts. Now Aaron's going to like that less because the more legitimate holdings actually get there.
So he leads out for 200. I think you got to call one time here.
And that was one of the scare cards. He's going to call. Aaron looking for a 10 or an ace or a 3.
He's got a lot of.
Instead, he gets a 5 of hearts, which does him no good. 7s and 4s is going to be best.
Jason's
Four
probably
is
putting
four
him
was
on a
straight.
big ace there, you think? Some sort of ace, because he called the turn.
Maybe, but I think if I'm him, I'm checking though, with any 6 now being the winner.
You're taking too long.
Or deuce.
That's true, a deuce, yeah.
More likely a 6 though, given that Aaron called flat.
Pocket 6s are there, because he didn't re-raise, so you can't put him on what he has.
Jason going for $300 worth of value.
A little less than half pot there. That's totally a value bet. You just got to call 300 to win 1,000. But he's got to know he's behind, right?
He does fold.
He shows him the 4.
But like flopped it or ripped it? That's the question.
He came back 9. He gave you a dirty look.
And Ben says he loves calling the tournaments too. You know what? And here's the thing about tournaments. Tournaments give you a story for free. Well, cash games, you got to sort of work to find the story, like as the session goes on. Or the tournament, like everyone's trying to win the tournament, right? Mm-hmm. So like you sort of have a built-in story. You have built-in drama ongoing across all the hands.
I don't play nearly as many tournaments as you do, but I also find that people just want to make the money. Like they're very scared of on that bubble.
Yeah, and in all fairness, like there's a lot of ways where you should be tighter on the bubble situationally because that's the biggest pay jump that you get for a long time. Like you jump from 0 buy-ins to usually about 1.5. It takes you forever to get another 1.5 buy-ins after that. Assuming you're in a large field. If you're in a tiny field, not so much. And now we have a collision of hands here. Ming opened his ace-10 suited with a limp as he's been doing. Doug making it 60 with ace-queen. Dave's got 9s.
So Dave
Aaron's got
just
ace-king.
calls.
I can get Dave just calling. You can set mine the 9s, but now Aaron's going to have ace-king. And he's going to just, well, that's a smithereens. And by blow, I mean like gently blow $300 into the pot.
So since you did not raise the 9, I would have raised the 9s. Since you didn't raise it, now you have to fold.
You're still getting 10-1 in play.
Yeah, it depends on who calls the next, right? So Ming's going to call, right? He's got a suited ace.
Like even heads up, I'm going to take my 10-1
Oh,
to
he
set
doesn't
mine.
call. Doug doesn't call.
I'll show you if you fold. I can't show you.
Yeah, for me, I don't call here.
There's one way to find
Not going
out.
to try and hit a 9?
I'm not gonna make you wait.
1 out of 7? That's tough. That's why I would have raised. I know it doesn't make sense, but
Because remember, like sometimes we are going to get a lot of chips in when we hit a 9.
oh, we will definitely.
And then also,
Still work fair.
if I 3-bet the 9s, I have to fold to a 4-bet is the other problem.
Yeah, I just
He does fold.
I see.
and he shows him the ace king.
I know it's no fun. Life isn't always fun, guys. I hate to break it.
That gives his seal of approval to the booth.
I mean,
Thanks for
you
that,
shouldn't
Ben.
hold kings.
I hope he doesn't fold king.
Yeah, I mean, if he does, then God bless him.
And, you and Derek are doing great stuff up there in Dallas as well.
I really do a poor job at reading
There's a pocket nine.
the chat.
Oh, that's one of the many balls you have to juggle in here.
I had pocket nine.
That's the thing. This is harder than it looks. Like, you got to look at the chat. You got to look at the screen. Like, there was like a couple months ago when that viral incident happened. I initially had just assumed who had done what because I was looking at the chat thinking it was a long tank.
I remember. Oh, you're talking about the
Yeah, the incident.
incident. It's funny because I immediately knew what you were talking about.
Yeah, so the thing was, like, I assumed the
you
thing
went
that
on-
makes the most sense because I'm looking at the chat because I'm going to have a conversation with the chat, and then all hell breaks loose. And that's the thing back here. Like, you don't have all the information sometimes. We do have an ace king jack flop, which is going to be a nut heart draw for Chris and a top pair for Chris.
So Chris really flops the world here. And
Check. Now he has the nuts.
I would check this again.
Your best chances if Ming bluffs.
If you bet, it's just going to be a fold here.
Goes $50. Unless he thinks Ming's a calling station, he's going to just call with the pair. And the 4 of hearts, that's probably no good.
Well, now you got to think about sizing here. What's Ming going to call with? Maybe he has an ace. Maybe he has what he has, or second pair. I think that's a little too much.
He's going to go for $200 worth.
Oh, he did a balk. He acted like he was going to fold.
And now he
Yeah.
does. Now he folds. But yeah, the interactivity is the killer feature of live streams, and so I wouldn't have it any other way. We got to talk to the chat.
With his money in there,
Like Ben's saying, like we interact. You know, that's the whole thing. Before I got in the booth for the first time, I had messaged a streamer that I know, and first thing he said, like, interact with the chat. And somebody who knows what he's talking about, so I believe him. And I think this is a much more fun show when we're all interacting. And look at this chat pro community that's built up. I mean, that was born out of this chat. You know what Carlo and Pez have been doing with that. That's been great to see, and that started in this chat.
right, Jason?
One raise to 35.
I know when I'm watching the stream, I'm always in the chat.
Yeah, gotta be in the chat. I see in there sometimes.
This is how the game should be played.
Jason making it 35 with Jack 8 of hearts, and Jeff immediately bumping him up with his 10s.
Jeff's been quiet.
How long will it take?
I suspect. Oh, we have ace queen from. And he
Was
folds.
he not at the table?
Oh,
No,
he was.
Was he at
Oh,
the
he's
table?
right there. He's right
He is
there.
at the table. I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Before it was funny.
Ace queen. I don't know about that. Okay, you're up against an early position raise 3-bet, but it's ace queen. I'd love to hear us thinking about that. And look at this flop, Jeff
Wow,
with the
okay.
open ender and the overpair,
Backdoor flush draw for Jason.
and he's got middle pair, and he's got a gut shot.
Jason needs one of Jeff's tens.
Doug's sick.
Everyone's got something here.
Would have been better if that 9 was a heart.
He's checked it over to Jeff. We'll continue for 200 or so. And it is 200, and Jason's like, can I see your stack? And Jeff does have more behind than the graphics say. And that looks like about 600 if I had a guess behind. I see at least a couple of black. I see 2 barrels of red. I see probably 250 worth of green. 620 per Kristen. Thank you, Kristen. Jason does call, and we get a turn of the deuce of clubs.
Jeff's gonna like that.
Safest turn ever.
He just goes all in.
All in, and we're going to get the chip count right. It's a pot-sized shove. I assume the 620 number came from when they had to count it just now.
So $600. So the pot's gonna go to 1,300.
It's a pot-sized shove.
Yeah.
So Jason's got to be right a third of the time.
I mean,
The problem for Jason is
well, it's a
the
gut
straight draws that you're up against, I mean, that are 3-betting pre-flop. It's like over pairs and
shot. It's almost always an overpair.
like how many hands with a 10 other than pocket 10s are raising pre-flop?
I mean, if he
Ace
puts him
10
on an
maybe?
overpair, if he puts him on an overpair, yeah, he can't.
And he folds.
He blocks jacks. He needs tens, which Jeff could have, and he does. So
Hey, first hand.
Bob Nash saying, let's get 400 likes. I'm all for that. I mean, it's going to be hard to do 400, but I'd love likes. I'd love more likes. Give me lots of likes. Give Dante lots of likes. Give Kristen lots of
Last time
likes.
they ordered both, it was
Give our players lots of likes. Give our dealers lots of likes. Please do it for them. And do it to help keep growing this chat pro community. And if you're watching this on replay, you can see all of our archives on the YouTube channel. Give us a like if you're watching this in the future.
this was the first. I'm relatively new to poker. 2 years ago, and this was, and I moved here from California. So, but this was the first stream I ever saw. Was TCH.
Yeah, TCH Live. Hey, and look, here you are in the booth now.
I never would have thought.
Doug opens his ace 3 of hearts up to $30.
So what's going on there?
He is out of position. He's not suited. Might be just a fold here. Optimizer's going to call it. Suited one gapper there, and we got Jason's like, oh, heck. If they call,
He's
I
got
call.
pot odds.
1,500. This time they just
Try and flop 2 pair again.
Don't put that on me.
Whatever it is weird.
But will not do so this time. 9 deuce deuce. With a couple of spades, nobody with a
So
spade
me
draw.
and optimized top pair. That's interesting.
Everyone's checking, and we get a 3 on the turn. So now Jason with a gut shot, Doug with a pair of threes.
And everybody's got something on this.
Ming going to put out the 35.
Very small bet into multiple players. I'd like to see a raise. Here.
Optimize is going to raise.
He is going to raise. He's recognizing that if he had something better than a 9 on the flop, he would have bet it.
Yeah. He's
Especially
going to
multi-way. So
clean this up.
I like that. Texas Tech too.
Get the random draws out and gets Ming all to himself. We see that Ming's in a calling mood tonight.
So a 2 or a 10.
There's where I'm from. There's like a pool.
There's a king on the river, 9s and deuces with a king. Chop it up if it gets the showdown.
I did 10 line.
Ming is going to lead this river.
Just call. He's not going to raise.
We all do 100.
That's 125, goes small.
I had Auburn in like 7 of my lines. It was dead. Instantly dead. But we still have like 10 live
4
lines.
to 1 here. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, cut those in half. You're getting half the pot, remember?
Yeah.
Which is something that people do that a lot in the split pot games. Like, well, you're only drawing in half the pot, so you're getting half the odds.
Okay.
Yeah, but he's probably thinking that. I don't know if he's thinking that way.
Yeah.
He's thinking he has second pair.
Yeah. I don't think he expects to win very often is what I'm getting at. Like, I think he's expecting it to be a 9 a lot, especially after his raise gets called.
I like watching golf.
Let's see. Dave K would have called that all in a couple of hands ago.
In college, and then I tried to play golf.
I mean, that's, and you could certainly think that there's a bluff. And yeah, I mean, you can call and be right sometimes if you have the jack 8.
Practice rounds, and my friend went.
Ben's looking for some emojis for our commentators and production crew. Yes, give us emojis, but not too many at one time, or Streamlabs is going to zap you. Fair warning. One emoji at a time.
There's my emoji. I don't even know what that is. I like
And
that.
that's what Ben's doing.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah. Yeah.
See the
I am
thumb up.
so uncool.
Nine calls.
I was hoping for the good side,
Huh?
the action side.
Frankie's raising it to 75 with suited connectors there. Ming calls with the queen 10 off.
Three calls, 75.
I mean, Ming does have position, which is a great thing. That flops looks like it's going to miss everybody, sort of. There's
No pair for Frankie.
Frankie's got a pair.
Chris has
Chris
a
has
gutter.
a gut shot. Ming has
Has
hope and a
basically
prayer.
nothing. He has backdoor miracle outs.
He does. I mean, and he doesn't know it, but if he hits
How
any of
many
his
50-50s do you have, man?
hand up, he would have the lead there.
115 from Frankie.
He's that professional. He's randomized.
That's a really good bet. He's recognizing
Don't even joke. I have a dude that I play with.
it's hard to make a pair.
In front of him, and it goes up
The
to
old
100.
adage.
He randomized the whole time. I'm like, yo, you
Ming
can't do
lets
this.
it go.
It's so bad. What? I don't think you get that.
Chris does have a
For randomizing.
backdoor flush draw as well, so he could realize his equity if he hits a good
It's
turn
like
here.
random number generators. One throw.
Going to make the call.
You're supposed to, in theory, call 50%.
I know Frankie doesn't like that.
It's the opposite of mine.
And there's some
Ace
of the
of
equity he
diamonds.
picks. So now he's not going anywhere. He's got a combo draw. One of those to the nuts.
And I don't think Frankie cares for this turn either because a nut spade draw did just make top pair.
I mean, I don't think you can use an iPad when you're playing, you know, like.
Probably not when you're in a hand, though.
Yeah,
And
when
there
you-
it is.
like,
There's the
Five of
nuts right there
clubs.
from Chris.
still ridiculous.
Unfortunately, for Chris, Frankie doesn't have a lot, and yeah, he just checks it back.
Just going to take that down with that Lucky River.
That is going to win.
That is what they call the nuts.
Thanks for that, Ragnar. Yeah, it's a fun show to do, and
It's the nuts, Mike.
glad we could all do it. And yeah, Seth gets credit. Seth makes these lineups.
And you can have on that board.
So yeah, Seth definitely producing, as well as one face you never see, David, who runs the whole ship here as far as the TCH Live.
I'll be 80.
Makes those highlight reels that you see every so often on our channel. In France, I have absolutely no say in how the lineups get made here. That's my one and only response to your question / statement. That's all production that makes those choices.
6 folds. 7 folds. 8 raised to 75.
If you guys do want to play on the stream, make sure you contact.
And you click the link in the video description. There's a forum, and you fill out the forum, and we talk to you, and we get you on the show. So Aaron opens his ace deuce of spades, and Jeff's calling with his nines. Chris calling with the mystery hands. Doug with the queen nine of clubs.
Well, let's see queen 9 on the flop of spades. Oh, we can't have a 9 of spades.
King five deuce.
So uneventful. Doug does have some backdoor stuff going on there.
Aaron's got bottom pair.
We don't know what Chris has.
Nines are the best hand we know about.
Well, I'm sure the players are paying attention. If
Makes it all the way over to Aaron, who makes it 125. Jeff going nowhere with second pair in the four-way pot. We do get it heads up. 6 of hearts on the turn. Doesn't change anything.
I suspect Aaron's going to take a no, he just checks.
Queen on the river. So nines are going to be best. And nines are going to try and get some value. Aaron's going to fold.
So I felt like that bet from Jeff was more of a blocker type bet to try to control the pot. Because I kind of go back to what was his plan. his plan there.
So give Aaron the chance to blast it on the river and blast it
Yeah.
off your nines. Okay, this will be the last hand for Kristen. Let's hope it's a good one.
If you put the 20 on, we'll get the 80 on.
Maybe the 160.
And thank you all for being here. Definitely hit like before you leave. Hit subscribe and make sure you watch us again on future shows, such as the Saturday Final Table from Oakland, Dallas. There's a lot of straddling happening.
It is the last
2,
hand.
5, 10, 20, 40.
Fucking force straddle.
80.
Fucking do.
Flip the coin.
So probably gonna
So-
see some
On what? Whether he
some action there. I mean, it's effectively he just calls. Ming just calls with ace 10. What do you think about a squeeze play there? If you're going to play $80,
I'm just not open limping ever. Like, I'm just raising.
That's you're going to put yourself in a bad spot here.
I haven't seen my hand.
Raise, Dave with the king 9 of clubs.
What is it?
80 right now.
Yeah, the bad thing about calling here for Dave is you got 2 other players behind you to act. Any one of them can squeeze. We don't know what hands they have,
Not
but
until play action.
so I think this is just a I think this is just a fold or a raise, but he likes to do neither and just calls. That shows you what I know.
And Frankie has a better.
This is a squeeze type hand, yeah.
And he goes for the squeeze.
This is what I was afraid of for Dave. Is like you can't just limp in there.
If Dave raises, then king jack offsuit gets out of there.
And now you're not feeling very good about limping in with ace 10 off.
But I don't think that's going to deter Ming.
Now, you got to recognize, he's probably recognizing the spot that Frankie's in. He's got position, it looks like, right? And he's going to do a squeeze play. And if any one of those players would have raised pre, I doubt Frankie would even be in the pot right now.
Ming's going to call. Over to Dave. Does make the fold, and we're going to go heads up to our final flop of the evening. Queen 6-3, couple of clubs. Wouldn't king 9 of clubs have liked to see that. Ming is out ahead.
He's going to c-bet here. The pot's so big right now.
7 bets, 260.
Such a small sizing. Yeah, Ming put himself in a tough position here. Just limping and then calling. He does make the call, correctly so. Well, if he was good on the flop, he's good on the turn.
That he is. Will he withstand the pressure that Frankie will likely be putting on?
I think Frankie checks here. I mean, the pot's 1.5. He would have to put in somewhere around 800-900, which it looks like he's going to do. Oh, we get to. Oh, I thought we saw flats.
I think there's a pink on the bottom there.
Okay.
There is.
Oh, okay. So 700. Is that what we're looking at?
Setting up a shove of about 2/3 pot. Put a less than 2/3 pot on the river. If Ming continues.
This would be. This would be a. I don't see Ming continuing for 700.
This would be one of the most heroic of hero calls that we've had.
It's true, and I don't know if these players have history together. The only thing that Ning could be thinking about was this is a 4-straddle pot. Frankie could be just fighting for it, but the queen does hits Frankie's range, and he has no pairs. Like it's even tough to bluff catch here with ace-10.
He beats some club draws. That's about it.
Yeah, I mean, last hand of the night. Frankie's not giving off any information. This is probably going to be a fold here.
He folds.
Folds the best hand, but he will never. He correctly folds.
Yeah.
So
And that'll do it. It's great having you.
Awesome.
You did show. Wonderful. Great having you in the booth tonight,
Thank you.
Dante.
Thank you for
And,
inviting me. Great time.
Yeah, I'd love to do this again sometime on behalf of all the staff and production, Kristen, Seth, David. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you back here soon. Have a great night.
All right, thank you, everybody. Bye.
King Jack.
Floor on stream.